very important part of my task is to ensure the chair is at the right height. Otherwise, you won't see me, which may be a good thing. Before we ask the witness to be sworn, there's just a few things I'd like to say. So if you'd sit down for the moment, Mr. Bradshaw. First of all, I'd like to express the hope that those of you who are regular participants in the inquiry have had a good break and you are refreshed and ready for action, so to speak. Over the next 3 weeks, we will be finishing phase 4 of the inquiry, and it will finish with evidence from Mr. Bradshaw today, evidence from a number of employees and ex-employees of Fujitsu next week. And then following that, we will look at 1 or 2 of the cases in other parts of the United Kingdom, namely Northern Ireland and Scotland. And then we'll hear oral submissions from some of the core participants, no doubt, and receive written submissions from others. There'll then be a bit of a break. That, I'm afraid, is inevitable because in between phases, my extremely hard-working inquiry team need to be prepared for the commencement of each phase, as, of course, do all the core participants. I wish I could tell you today precisely how long that break will be, but I can't do that, not least in part because it is dependent upon the disclosure issues carrying on smoothly. And as everyone will know from time to time, we have hiccups about that. And I should remind everyone that in the phases to come, it is not just the Post Office who will have an important obligation in relation to disclosure, because we will be delving in the phases to come into the activities of government departments and civil servants and senior people of that kind. So there will be important disclosure to be made by government as well as Post Office. So that's why I can't be precise about the length of the break before the start of phases 5, 6, and 7. But you'll have seen on our website that we intend that those phases should be in the spring and summer of this year, and that is my hope. My wife was extremely alarmed to hear a news report yesterday that suggested that phase 6 would not start until the spring of next year. And I was under severe pressure over that, I can assure you. And it is certainly my intention that that phase starts long before the spring of next year. I am pleased to report that the inquiry has appointed an expert witness to deal with the governance issues. In fact, there are 2. It's Dame Sandra Dawson and Dr. Katie Stewart. They will be advising the inquiry in much the same way as Mr. Atkinson KC did over criminal and prosecution matters, and Mr. Scipione did about some of the technical aspects relating to Horizon. And they are now busily engaged in looking at all the relevant documents and preparing their evidence. So we're doing our best to comply with the, I won't say promise, but hope that I've always expressed, that we would proceed diligently and expeditiously and as quickly as reasonably practicable. But I've proved to be very bad at predicting these things, as you will all realize. But there it is. We have to do a thorough job, and in the end, doing a thorough job and hopefully getting it right is more important than a few months here or there. So thank you very much for listening to those opening remarks. And I'll now invite Mr. Bradshaw to be sworn and Mr. Blake to ask him questions.
If you repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Blake, I think before you ask Mr. Bradshaw questions, he is in a category of witness where it is appropriate for me to give what's called the self-incriminating warning. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir, yes.
Can I ask you, first of all, Mr. Bradshaw, are you legally represented today?
Personally, yeah.
Right, thank you. So you probably know that under our law, a witness at a public inquiry has the right to decline to answer a question put to him, either by counsel to the inquiry or by any legal representative, or for that matter by me, if there is a risk that the answer to that question would incriminate the witness. This legal principle is known in shorthand form as the privilege against self-incrimination. Mr. Bradshaw, I have decided that it is appropriate that I remind you of that principle before you begin your evidence. However, it is for you to make clear to me, in respect of any question put to you, that it is your wish to rely upon the privilege and not for me to keep interrupting, if you understand. If, therefore, any questions are put to you by any of the lawyers who ask you questions, or, as I have said, by me, which you do not wish to answer on the ground that to answer might incriminate you, you must tell me immediately so that I can consider your objection and then after rule upon whether your objection should be upheld. Now, you've just told me that you are represented here today by a lawyer or lawyers. So if the issue relating to self-incrimination arises, I will permit those lawyers to assist you. So if at any stage during the questioning you wish to consult your lawyers, then you must tell me, and then I'll consider how it's appropriate to proceed. All right?
Yes,
Do you understand all that?
I understand, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Blake.
Thank you very much. Can you give your full name, please?
Stephen Bradshaw.
Thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, could I ask you to come slightly forward towards the microphones? A stenographer is also taking a note, so if you could speak as slowly and carefully as possible. Thank you. You have produced 2 witness statements in this inquiry so far. They should be in a bundle in front of you. The first witness statement, we have a URN of WITN 04450100, and that should be behind the first of those tabs. Do you have that in front of you?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Is that statement dated the 26th of June of 2023?
That's correct.
Thank you. Could I ask you to turn to page 14 of that statement, please?
Yes,
Do you see your signature there?
I do.
Yes. And can you confirm that that statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
That is my signature, yes.
Thank you. And we have a second statement. The unique reference number is WITN 04450200. That should be in a tab behind that statement.
It is.
And that's dated the 16th of October 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And if I could ask you to turn to page 8.
Yes,
Do you see your signature there?
I do.
And can you confirm that that statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is. That's my signature.
Thank you very much. Those statements will be published on the inquiry's website, and they're now in evidence. I want to begin just by asking you a little bit about your background at the Post Office. You've been employed by the Post Office since 1978, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've held a wide range of roles. I think we've seen something called a telegraph officer and a counter clerk in the 1970s and 1980s, is that right?
Correct.
You were something called a television inquiry officer in the mid to late 1980s.
That's correct, yes.
You held various roles in the Royal Mail Transport section.
Correct.
And then in 2000, around the time of the rollout of Horizon, you became part of the Post Office investigations team.
That's correct.
We see your role variously described as a fraud investigator and a security manager. Can you please assist us with which of those you were at a particular time, insofar as you're able?
From the beginning in 2000, the role was always there as an investigation manager, fraud advisor. The role remained the same of investigation, but the job title changed. And as it's rolled on towards the present day, it's just been changed to just security manager.
So you are currently employed by the Post Office as a security manager, having held a number of roles in the investigations team. I think it was first called a fraud investigator.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. You've spent over 45 years at the Post Office.
I have.
We're going to deal in due course with what you knew at any particular time, but just in terms of your career, is it right to say that you've been at the Post Office from the beginning of complaints about the Horizon system through to the Justice for Sub-Postmasters campaign, the group litigation, Court of Appeal, overturning of convictions, and up to and including this inquiry itself?
I was enrolled within Post Office Limited, yes.
Yes. I'd like to bring onto screen your first witness statement, and that is WITN 044500100. And can we please turn to page 15 of that statement? We see from page 15, and if perhaps we could scroll over the page and over, we see all the documents that you were provided with in order to produce that statement. I think there are over 200 documents in total. Do you recall?
Yeah, I've seen the documents and I've done my best to try and look up fully on each one.
And if we look at page 14, it stops at 14, so there are 14 pages of evidence in that statement. The statement itself addresses various case studies that we're going to be looking at today. Can we just turn to page 7, please? At the bottom of page 7, we begin with a case study of the case of Janet Skinner. And if we go over the page 8, paragraph 21 and 22. 21 says, there were no concerns. The investigation was conducted in a professional manner at all times. 22, I do not have any other reflections about this matter. Page 9, over the page.
Yeah.
We have Huey Noel Thomas. Again, paragraph 25, there were no concerns. The investigation was conducted in a professional manner at all times. 26, I have no other reflections about this matter. Next, scroll down the page, case of Khayyam Ishaq.
Yes.
And if we scroll over the page, same form of words, 28 and 29, there were no concerns. The investigation was conducted in a professional manner at all times. I have no other reflections about this matter. Further down that page, we get to the case of Lisa Brennan. Paragraph 33, there were no concerns. The investigation was conducted in a professional manner at all times. Over the page, please.
Yeah.
I have no other reflections about this matter. Lynette Hutchings, another case study. Paragraph 37, I could see no concerns about the conduct of this case. I have no other reflections about this matter. Scrolling down to Joan Bailey. Paragraph 40, there were no concerns. The investigation was conducted in a professional manner at all times. We scroll down. I have no other reflections about this matter. The case of Angela Sefton, paragraph 43, no concerns. Paragraph 44, no other reflections. Scrolling down, case of Anne Neild. If we keep on going down, paragraph 46, no concerns. Paragraph 47, no reflections. Susan McKnight, paragraph 49, no concerns. Paragraph 50, no reflections. Could we go over the page, please, to page 14? Paragraph 54. I don't know what technical issues were investigated by the Post Office. Paragraph 56. I can't recall, if any, what information I received concerning bugs, errors, and defects in the Horizon system. Paragraph 57. I do not have any reflections on this matter or other matters relevant to the terms of reference. Do you think that you have given enough thought over the past 20 years as to whether you may have been involved in what has been described as one of the largest miscarriages of justice in British history?
It would appear that through not being given any knowledge from the top downwards, that if any bugs, errors or defects was there, is not being cascaded down from Fujitsu, the Post Office Board, down to our level as the investigation manager.
So it's your evidence that because you didn't receive any information about bugs, errors and defects from somebody higher above you in the post office, you don't have any reflections on that?
I would see the Horizon system. I have no reason to suspect at the time that there was anything wrong with the Horizon system because we've not been told.
And that's over the time of your entire career at the post office?
That's correct.
Up till date when you drafted this witness statement and perhaps even up to today's date?
Correct, yes.
Do you think that the approach that you've taken to providing information to the inquiry, what looks like giving the bare minimum, was quite similar to the way that you approached your investigations?
No, not at all. I tried my best with the statement of what support. I can't put something down. If I wasn't told about any issues with the Horizon system, I can't put that down. The investigations were done correctly.
And that's because you weren't told anything about problems with the Horizon
The
system?
investigation was done at the time. No problems were indicated by anybody that there was issues with the Horizon system.
Can we look at poll 00325-402, please? This is an email of February 2010 from Christopher Knight. He is a lawyer. To yourself, entitled Horizon Challenges. That's 15 years ago now. Could we scroll down that page, please? He forwarded to you a list of articles.
Yeah.
Talking Retail. We have BBC The Tarot Now. That's the report on Noel Thomas's case. An article from The Grocer. And the article that is well known to this inquiry, the Computer Weekly article written by Rebecca Thompson in 2009. You were, of course, aware in 2010...
Mr. Knight, who's an investigation manager at the time, I'd seen them and sent them on for information to people.
Yes, so you were aware in 2010 of a body of reporting in the public domain about problems with the Horizon system?
That's correct, yes.
And that didn't cause you to reflect a little bit more?
The only reflection is that during any investigation, if the issue of Horizon issues would have come up, it would have been explored with the person.
Can we look at FUJ 00154-879, please? And can we look at page 5, or begin on page 5? This is the 9th of February 2010, page 5. So the same year as those reports were forwarded to you. We have an email from yourself to somebody called Valerie Lipscomb. Who was Valerie Lipscomb? Do you remember?
I'm not sure whether she's part of the Horizon call centre, where you would get any... Because calls made into the business, you would have the business side of Paul, and then Horizon had their own call centre. So you needed two types of the calls to see whether anybody had called.
And you say there, Valerie, thanks for the logs. I was wondering if you could help me further. I require logs of all calls in relation to Horizon problems. Am I right in thinking the attached log is due to transactional queries? If we go to page 3 of the same email chain, at the bottom of page 3, please. We have an email there from Mark Dinsdale, Security Programme Manager at the Post Office. Can we scroll up slightly? To Penny Thomas, who is at Fujitsu. Do you recall Penny Thomas?
Penny Thomas was there, yeah.
And you're copied into that email.
That's right.
And he says, Penny, can we set up a process for these requests because we're getting more and more of them? Would you be able to provide the information Steve has requested? And that's about the Rinkfield case. So in 2010 and 2011, you were certainly aware of a body of cases relating to the Horizon system that were building up, were you not?
From that information, yes, and as I said, if it's come up within the interview, I took the actions to try and find out what the issue with the Horizon was, hence the logs. And in this case, Mr. Dinsdale had set up all contact with the Fujitsu would be done by the casework team.
Yes, but in 2010, you had received those articles relating to problems with Horizon. You were aware from this communication that there was a body of cases relating to concerns about the Horizon system. Didn't that cause you pause for thought?
The pause for thought is that when you would speak to the person being interviewed, you would take that into account. So if you're informed that there's an issue within Horizon, you would do your best to find out what the issue was.
But you began today by saying that nobody from above had been telling you about bugs, errors or defects.
I don't count Mr. Knight as somebody from above. He was just equal that he's taken it from the papers.
So you had been told by your equals that there were newspaper articles. You had been told by your equals that there was a growing body of cases, but that in itself was not sufficient for you to question the reliability of the Horizon system.
Because I'm not technically minded with that. I would expect that to come from the people above. If there was an issue, I would expect Fujitsu to inform the post office and the full post office to let us know what the issues are.
These documents are from 2010. We're going to go through a number of different case studies in due course. How early would you say you were aware of Horizon being raised as an issue?
It's raised during these, as you say, from 2010. People were raising it for between there and over the next few years.
And would you say 2010 is the starting point, or is there an earlier point?
I'm not. I think they may well have some may have mentioned it earlier.
Can we look at poll 00120723, please? This relates to the case of Kim Wiley. This isn't a case study that we're going to be looking at, but this is a document of February 2013. So that's 3 years after you received those articles from Computer Weekly, etc. And it's a letter from Cartwright King to Miss Wiley's solicitors, and it says, please find enclosed a notice of additional evidence, which includes 2 statements from Stephen Bradshaw, dated the 20th of November 2012 and 19th of February 2013, as well as an exhibit, which is an extract from the sub-postmaster's contract. At the bottom of the page here, it says, the Crown's position on the integrity of the Horizon system is set out in Steve Bradshaw's statement dated 20th of November 2012. There's no further disclosure in relation to this matter. You've just said that you're not very technically minded. Do you think that the submission of a witness statement from you purporting to go to the integrity of the Horizon system, do you think that was appropriate?
No, because it depends on which statement it is. They used to put the statement through explaining the basics of the Horizon, that it was a keyboard, a scanner, a printer, and the basic workings of Horizon is that you scan. If you have got a document with a barcode, you would scan the barcode and the transaction would go through. That's all that's normally explained in the statements I give.
So you usually give a statement about the hardware, about there is a computer that's plugged into a keyboard, but you don't address the reliability of the Horizon system?
Not at all. Just the basic workings, as most people who have used the system, that it would record the transaction, money due to customer, money due from customer, just the basic knowledge working of the thing, not the technicalities of the system.
And that's because you didn't have the technical knowledge to know whether there were bugs, errors or defects in the system. You didn't feel confident to address those kinds of things.
Not at all.
Can we scroll over a couple of pages then to page 5, please? And this is the witness statement that you submitted. We have your name at the top there, and it says as follows. After a number of meetings between the Post Office management and members of Parliament in relation to the court cases, it was agreed that the Post Office would undertake an external review of the cases which had been raised by the members' constituents. As the Post Office continues to have absolute confidence in the robustness and integrity of its Horizon system and its branch accounting processes, it has no hesitation in agreeing to an external review of these few individual cases. In order to provide assurance to the interested parties, it was proposed that the review be undertaken by independent auditors, Second Sight, etc. So you've there said in a witness statement that the Post Office continues to have absolute confidence in the robustness and integrity of its Horizon system. Having given the evidence that you've just given about your lack of knowledge of the system, your lack of knowledge of technical matters, do you think it was appropriate for you to write that in a witness statement, that the Post Office has absolute confidence in the robustness and integrity of the Horizon system?
I was given that statement by Cartwright King and told to put that statement through. In hindsight, after I've put further in my previous statements, there probably should have been another line stating that these are not my words, but the statement is produced as a business statement. I did not write that statement. We were told by Cartwright King to put that in.
Who told you to put it in?
It'd be one of the three members of Cartwright King, Martin Smith, Andrew Bradshaw, Rachel Panther. Will come from one of them.
So they drafted the entire statement and sent it to you, did they?
That's correct, yes.
And you didn't question it, you just signed it off?
Well, whether it was questioned at the time, I would have been concerned, but we were given the assurance that everything was fine to put that through, and they wanted to put it through. Nowadays, I wouldn't have put it at all with what's known, but the hindsight.
We began half an hour ago, or 20 minutes ago, by looking at your witness statement for this inquiry and looking at what appears to be a lack of reflection in that statement. Might having produced something like this have caused you to reflect on your involvement in something?
It may have done at the time, but it is some 11 years ago.
And you didn't think to yourself, oh, I produced a witness statement in criminal proceedings that could cause somebody to go to prison, and I signed off the robustness of the Horizon system. That wasn't something that you thought you should reflect on in your witness statement?
As I said, this statement was given to me by Cartwright King, and we were told to put the statement through.
And how many
on
times?
Reflection, yes, when you look at it, but as I say, it's some 11 years ago, and a number of statements have been produced since.
But you were at the Post Office in a significant role during the group litigation, during the Court of Appeal proceedings, throughout this inquiry, and you didn't think back and perhaps regret having submitted a witness statement such as this in criminal proceedings?
As I say, with hindsight, it's regrettable that the statement went through like that, as if it's my words, which is not correct.
But it hasn't caused you any moment of reflection?
Of course it causes moments of reflection, because you look at it and go, that's completely wrong, because somebody's told me to put a statement through like that.
Do you know how many times you submitted statements like this?
Like that one, I couldn't say. It probably, that statement could have gone in from everybody within the security team to just about whatever case inquiry was ongoing at the time.
Sorry, are you saying that a statement in this form was probably made by other members of the security team in other cases, and on each occasion it was a statement drafted for them by a firm of solicitors, and they just put their name to it?
Sort of say, yes. Well, what it would be is that, as each case do, when the file's gone to the criminal law team, or in this case Cartwright King, they have given that statement to draft to put through as the integrity of the Horizon system at the time. That come from the lawyers.
Could we scroll down on the page, please? I'll just read another paragraph from this statement. It says at the bottom, all of the above is accepted based on the terms of review being carried out, but this is in no way an acknowledgement by the Post Office that there is an issue with Horizon. Over the past 10 years, many millions of branch reconciliations have been carried out, with transactions and balances accurately recorded by more than 25,000 different sub-postmasters, and the Horizon system continues to work properly in post offices across the length and breadth of the UK. When the system has been challenged in criminal courts, it has been successfully defended. And that's a 2013 witness statement. Thank you, that can come down. Mr. Bradshaw, in a request that was sent to you for a witness statement, there were a series of general questions. You have them in the bundle in front of you, but I can read them out. For example, to what extent, if any, did you consider a challenge to the integrity of Horizon in one case to be relevant to other ongoing or future cases? To what extent, if any, do you consider the investigation into bugs, errors or defects in Horizon was sufficiently carried out by the Post Office? Please set out your reasons in detail. To what extent, if any, do you consider information regarding bugs, errors and defects in Horizon was sufficiently passed to the Post Office by Fujitsu? Please set out your reasons in detail. To what extent, if any, do you consider you had sufficient information regarding bugs, errors and defects in Horizon? Who provided you with information, and if not, who should have? Looking back, do you have any reflections on these matters or any other matters relevant to the inquiry's terms of reference? Are there any other matters that you wish to bring to the attention of the chair of the inquiry? Could I ask for your witness statement, your first witness statement, to be brought back on screen, please? It's WITN 044-50100. And it's page 14, please, of that first statement. If we could scroll down slightly, these are your answers to that general section. We've been over them already this morning. I don't know what technical issues were investigated. I can't recall, if any, what information I received concerning bugs, errors, or defects. As somebody who wrote a witness statement in criminal proceedings in such strong, confident terms as we have just seen, might it have been sensible to have attempted to answer those questions that I've just gone through in a bit more detail?
If I remember fully that statement, now I've seen the statements and remember, Cartwright King, who gave us that statement to produce. I just didn't, for them sorts of questions with that. It's just completely, it's a statement that. That's one of the few times I would say I don't recall that statement.
So when you came to draft your witness statement with those 200 documents that were provided to you by the inquiry, that statement, you didn't think, I've submitted some statements in criminal proceedings, may have caused somebody to go to prison. I signed off Horizon.
As I said, I went through as many documents and tried to bring, but there was an awful lot of documents to try and put together with the statements.
Thank you. That can come down. You said that statement came from Cartwright King, who asked you to sign it. Do you know how that statement came to be drafted?
It was drafted by Cartwright King and the Post Office.
And the Post Office?
The Post Office above, whether it said the security upwards, I'm not sure.
Could we look at poll 000581155, please? Thank you. If we could turn to the final page, we have there a proposed form of words from Jarnail Singh. Do you remember Jarnail Singh?
I do.
He was the Post Office lawyer responsible for criminal matters, was he?
Correct, yes.
Do you recall somebody called Hugh Flemington?
Don't know him at all.
So Mr. Singh has sent Mr. Flemington a form of words, and if we scroll up, we see an email from somebody called Simon Baker. It's above that one, thank you. Do you recall somebody called Simon Baker?
I don't know Simon Baker.
No? So he says, Alana, please can help us craft our message around the second site review. We need to combat the assertion that the review is acknowledgement that there is a problem with Horizon. Jarnail has drafted some words below. Do they strike the right tone? And if we scroll up, we have an email from Ronan Kelleher, who is the head of PR and media at the Post Office at the time. Do you remember Alwyn Lyons, who's copied in there?
Don't know where, no.
Alwyn Lyons was the company secretary. Susan Crichton,
I remember Susan Crichton,
she was the general counsel.
General Counsel, yes.
Mr. Flemington, I believe, was a lawyer. You don't recall him?
No.
And Ronan Kelleher says as follows. He says, as this message will most probably find its way into the media, we do need to get the message across from the start that we continue to have full confidence in the robustness of the Horizon system, and then reinforce it. So I suggest tweaking the proposed wording from Jarnell. Now I'll go through this form of words and I'll highlight to you the additional words that were added by the head of PR at the Post Office. It says, after a number of meetings between the Post Office management and members of Parliament in relation to the court cases, it was agreed that the Post Office would undertake an external review of the cases which had been raised by the members' constituents. Now, it's the next sentence that has been added by Mr. Kelleher. As the Post Office continues to have absolute confidence in the robustness and integrity of its Horizon system and its branch accounting processes, it has had no hesitation in agreeing to an external review of these few individual cases. Next paragraph, in order to provide assurance to the interested parties, it was proposed that the review be undertaken by independent auditors second sight. The review will be specifically restricted to the cases raised by the members of Parliament, as well as reviewing the accounting procedures, processes, and reconciliations undertaken in relation to the cases in question. Before formal instructions are given to the independent auditors, agreements will be sought from all interested parties, namely the members of Parliament and Justice for sub-postmasters. The sub-postmasters have requested forensic accountant of their choice be appointed to oversee the cases being reviewed by second sight. Over the page. All the above is accepted based on the terms of review being carried out, but this is in no way an acknowledgement by the Post Office that there is an issue with Horizon. And now we get to another sentence that was added by the head of PR. Over the past 10 years, many millions of branch reconciliations have been carried out with transactions and balances accurately recorded by more than 25,000 different sub-postmasters, and the Horizon system continues to work properly in post offices across the length and breadth of the UK. When the system has been challenged in criminal courts, it has been successfully defended. I think the last sentence there was Jarnell Singh's, but the one before was added in this chain of emails. Were you aware that the contents of your witness statement that we've seen reflected there was drafted by, among other people, the head of PR at the Post Office?
Not at all. All I seen was the final version when it came from Cartwright King.
And do you think it was appropriate for your witness statement to have been drafted in the way that it was?
No, not really, no.
You say not really?
No, not really, because it's not my words. It's not. A statement is normally what you will say to me, and I would write that down, rather than appears to be a business statement drafted by PR and approved by the lawyers.
Did you have any conversations with the lawyers at Cartwright King or Jarnell Singh about the contents of the witness statement that you were signing?
If I did, I can't remember what was said, because, as I say, it's 11 years ago, whether I brought up saying, why are we putting this in or whatever. But we're just given assurance that everything was okay and had been approved.
You gave, no doubt, other witness statements throughout the lifetime of your career at the Post Office. Was it your usual practice to sign a statement that had been drafted for you by others?
I can't recall any that have been drafted by others. There may have been one or two, but it's normally me. I would have produced my own witness statement, or it would have been taken by a third party.
In those circumstances, did this not stand out to you as somewhat unusual?
As I say, yes, and then if it was queried, the assurance was it's come from the lawyers and everything is fine with it.
you remember any conversation you had querying it?
I can't at all.
I'm going to move on now to some case studies, and I'm going to begin by looking at the case of Lisa Brennan. This is a case where the Court of Appeal quashed the conviction, and I'll just start by looking at what the Court of Appeal had to say, and that's poll 001133278. Thank you. This is the Court of Appeal judgment in Joe Hamilton and others. Can we please look at page 59, which addresses the case of Lisa Brennan? And it's the bottom of page 59. It says there, Lisa Brennan, who had been a post office counter clerk when she was 16 years old, was convicted on 27 counts of theft, representing a shortfall of £3,482.40. Just pausing there, was it usual to have so many counts of theft representing what is a relatively small shortfall?
The difference with this one, it's a P&A, it's a pension and allowance docket or voucher. In this case, was the vouchers were overstated. There was a number of different types of fraud that took place concerning these vouchers, and this is an overstated voucher, i.e. the value had been increased, and it was first found and detected during a routine check by the DWP in their branch in Leicester Alley.
So are you saying it's 27, possibly 27 vouchers to the total value of £3,000?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. And the Court of Appeal says as follows. On the 6th of September 2003, she was sentenced to 6-month imprisonment, suspended for 2 years. As a result of the proceedings against her, she was forced to file for bankruptcy. The Post Office decided to pursue criminal charges against Miss Brennan in relation to events in 2001, close in time to the rollout of Horizon, which we know rolled out from 2000 onwards. According to the limited available documentation, the prosecution case was that she paid out cash for allowance and benefit vouchers. She removed more cash than was permitted by the voucher and kept the difference herself. The evidence of theft depended on the difference between the amount Horizon showed and had been entered onto the system and the lesser amount of the voucher. Ms. Brennan admitted the discrepancies. She said that they were errors on her part because of problems at home and pressures of work. She denied theft and said she didn't know what had happened to the money. The Post Office accepts that this was an unexplained shortfall case and that the evidence from Horizon was essential to Ms. Brennan's case. Her explanation was she must have made keystroke errors when entering voucher amounts onto Horizon. The prosecution did not consider whether a bug, error or defect could have affected this process. There's nothing to indicate that any ARQ data, that's Fujitsu audit data, do you recall that?
I do.
Yes. Was obtained at the time of the criminal proceedings. There was no evidence to corroborate the Horizon evidence. The issue at trial was dishonesty, but there was insufficient proof of appropriation. The Post Office concedes only that Ms. Brennan's prosecution was unfair, but we're bound to conclude that her prosecution was, in addition, an affront to justice. Could we please look at poll 000473222? And this is the record of interview. And if we scroll down slightly, you were the interviewing officer in Miss Brennan's case alongside somebody called Anthony or Tony Gardner, is that correct?
Correct.
And was Mr. Gardner a similar role to you in the investigations team?
Mr. Gardner was, he'd been part of the post office, the old post office investigation department for about 20 years.
Thank you. It begins addressing introductions made, caution issued. The caution was explained to Ms. Brennan, legal rights explained, and the presence of legal representation was declined. So it seems as though she turned down legal representation, but she had a union representative within that interview. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could we please turn to page 11? Sorry, page 10 even. We'll start from page 10. I'm going to read to you some extracts from this interview. We have there AG, that's Mr. Gardner. He says, we've got a choice of two things, haven't we, Lisa? Either you're totally incompetent and you're costing Post Office £300 or £400 a week, and therefore we can't afford to keep you. And she says, don't sack me. Or you're fiddling the pensions deliberately and you're pocketing the money. No, I haven't got it. I haven't got it. I haven't. And he says, someone's got it. She says, I haven't got it. And if we scroll down the page, you then become involved in the interview here, and you say, it equates to about £5,000. No, I don't think it's carelessness. I don't think Tony thinks it's carelessness. And she says, I haven't got it. And it's summarised. Miss Brennan explained her financial and personal circumstances. And you say as follows. So you actually earn a bit more than £180. OK, if we just go off this, not that you're saying these are all mistakes, carelessness, isn't it a bit strange that they're just happening in the pensions and not in your other work? And she says, like in what? And you say, well, your gyros have not been proved to be wrong, your savings bank has not been proved to be wrong, it's only pensions that have been proved to be wrong by £100 or £200 at a time. She says, I don't know. And then you say, and then Mr. Gardner says, I think it's a question of not whether you've done it, but why you've done it. And she says, I haven't done it. And he says, I think you've done it deliberately. And she says, I haven't done it. I haven't done it. I've had pressures. The work's been dead, the work we're doing. And then he says this, no one else is making mistakes like you. And she says, they don't work as fast as me. I've been working dead fast. Can we go back, please, to your witness statement? That's WITN 04450100. And it's page 6, paragraph 19A. Now, you're addressing a different case study in paragraph 19A. It's page 6. Thank you. You're addressing the case of MacDonald in this particular paragraph, but you say here, I can categorically state that I have never said to any person I have interviewed, and definitely not to Jacqueline MacDonald, that she was the only one in that position. Should we take that statement to mean that I, Stephen Bradshaw, never said to anybody that they were the only one in that position, but the person sitting next to me in the interview may well have?
I wouldn't expect anybody sitting next to me to say you're the only one in that position that this has happened to. I've never heard that be said.
Perhaps we'll return back to the interview then. Poll 000047322.
May I just clarify? I think and I know what you're going back to. If it's saying you're the only one in that position, that would be for in that particular branch. Nobody else is having the same issues.
Let's have a look at page 11 of the interview that we were just looking at, please. It's halfway down. Mr. Gardner said, no one else is making mistakes like you. You were in that interview, you were sitting next to him. Did you correct him? Did you say, that's not an appropriate thing to say?
As I explained, it has to be taken in the right context. In this case, for pension and allowances, everybody's pension and allowance submissions in that branch was checked. The only issues within the I think it was B stock unit that Miss Brennan had. They were the only issue. She was the only one in that post office that had the issue for pension and allowance. No other work was affected. And the reason, after you've cashed the pension and allowance vouchers, you get a printout, and either Miss Brennan or another member of staff would check the number of vouchers against the printout, and that's where you would identify any error.
Quite a number of people have given evidence to this inquiry saying that they were told that they were the only ones that this was happening to. A fair reading of that is surely that she is being told that no one is making mistakes on the Horizon system.
As I say, it has to be taken in the right context within that branch, that she was the only one that was having issues with the pension and allowance submissions.
Do you think that that was therefore an appropriate thing to say to her? That nobody else is making mistakes like you?
In that branch, nobody else was having them mistakes.
So you have no concerns about that form of words being used in that interview?
No, because their pension allowances were checked, and it was found that the only air submissions had shown overstated vouchers.
You have no concerns about Mr. Gardner and his approach to asking questions in interview?
It's a PACE interview.
It's a what, sorry?
It was an interview in accordance with PACE.
Did you call it a police interview
No,
or a PACE?
PACE, sorry. And the questions are difficult.
Do you think that you were professional during the course of the interviews that you carried out?
I do, yes.
Do you think Mr. Gardner was professional in the interviews
do,
that
yes.
you carried out? I'd like to move on to the case of Janet Skinner, please, and that's POL 001132278. Ms. Skinner was another appellant in the Josephine Hamilton Court of Appeal case. She had her conviction quashed. Could we look at page 45, please, which details what the Court of Appeal said about Ms. Skinner? They say on the 5th of January 2007, Janet Skinner pleaded guilty to one count of false accounting. We understand that the alleged shortfall was £59,000. On the 2nd of February, she was sentenced to 9 months imprisonment. Paragraph 191 says, during a post office audit, Mrs. Skinner had volunteered that there would be a £40,000 shortage of cash. In her interview under caution, she stated that the losses had begun in January 2006. She believed that she did not declare them as she couldn't afford to put it right. She believed that one of her members of staff had stolen the money, a belief in part predicated on the belief that such a large amount of money just couldn't go missing. The prosecution relied on the evidence of 3 of the 4 other members of staff, but we're not persuaded that their evidence was capable of materially advancing the prosecution case. Between the 1st of January 2004 and the 31st of January 2005, Mrs. Skinner made 116 calls to the National Business Support Centre. Some of those calls concerned horizon faults and balancing. The next paragraph, about halfway through that paragraph, it says, it appears that there was no evidence to corroborate the horizon evidence. There was no proof of an actual loss as opposed to a horizon-generated shortage. There was no investigation into the various helpline calls made by Mrs. Skinner. We're struck by the fact that the post office failed to take these steps despite Mrs. Skinner's long service to the post office and her professional progress, doubtless reflecting her trustworthiness from counter-clerk to permanent sub-postmistress of the North Bransholm Post Office. It says the post office conceded that it was unfair, but we are bound to conclude that her prosecution was an affront to justice. I'd like to look at some the transcript of interview in her case, and that's at POL 00112971, please. Thank you. Can we turn to page 3? You were the interviewing officer in Miss Skinner's case alongside a colleague, Diane Matthews. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. It was Miss Matthews was the lead investigator.
Thank you. Can we start by looking at page 6? I'm going to take you through a few parts of this transcript. About halfway down that page and to the bottom, there is her explanation. So she says it's just been going up and up for the past 5 months. She's asked by your colleague, do you want to give us an account of why there is over 59,000 short in your account? And she says, if I had the answer, I'd give you it, but I haven't. It started off 7,500 and it's basically gone up. And to be honest, I just thought that whoever was taking it would be putting it back. I mean, I can prove to you. I'm here because I want to prove that I'm innocent. If you want to search my house, you can. If you want to search my banks, you can. I've got nothing to hide whatsoever. I'm not a thief. There's another interview. If we go over to page 18, please. Sorry, actually, could we go to page 10? About halfway down page 10, there's a question from you. You say, do you know it was a criminal offence to falsify your accounts? And she says, yes, like I've said, it sounds really daft, really. It's a large amount of money, and I hope it gets found. I can be investigated in any way, and I have nothing to hide. There's a second interview, and we can see that at page 18. Again, it's conducted by Miss Matthews and yourself. Can we look at page 25, please? It's about halfway down and to the bottom of page 25. This is a conversation about a member of staff who was paying money back to Miss Skinner from a discrepancy that she had identified. And you say as follows, sorry, who is the sub-postmistress? Who's responsible for making losses? I'll start slightly above, actually. You say, by your own admission, you've not made your shortages good. £1,400 has been outstanding since November 2004. And she says, but it wasn't my outstanding shortage. And you say, sorry, who is the sub-postmistress? Who's responsible for making losses good? And she says, that is the only thing that I'm bothered about. You can investigate me as much as you want. I don't care. I've got nothing to hide. You can search my house. You can rip it apart. You can do the same with my bank account for the past 5 years. I've got nothing to hide whatsoever. The only thing that bothers me is the fact that somebody's going to be held responsible for that, and that somebody is me. And she's asked, and why is it going to be you? And she says, because it should have been my responsibility, and it should have been something I dealt with in the beginning, and I know that, and that goes through my head every day. And if I could answer for that sort of money, I would answer. I know that I can prove I haven't stolen any money. I ain't a thief. And then you ask, how do we know you haven't stolen that money? And she says, I know I haven't. I can sleep at night knowing I haven't. And you say, we've got £59,000 shortage in your accounts. You've offered no explanation as to where that money's gone. You've got a £1,400 loss. Everything is hunky-dory for 12 months. And she says, no, it isn't hunky-dory. I could force the woman to pay the money that she didn't have. I couldn't force the woman to pay the money that she didn't have, because that's all it is. I couldn't force her. She didn't have the money. All she kept saying was she didn't have the money. And then you say, but you rewarded her by giving her the keys. Come into the office. She said, yeah, I know, only because the customers were complaining that I was arriving at work late. And you say, get up earlier. Your responsibility. You took the role of being sub-postmaster. Diane will go through the rest. We're up to £9,000 and we have another £50,000 to find. And she says, the rest just went missing through the year. I can't explain it any other way. You can break it down into pounds or pennies or whatever you want, but I can't explain it. If I had an answer, I wouldn't be sat here. Get up earlier. Did you consider it to be part of your job to offer lifestyle advice to sub-postmasters?
Maybe not, but at the post, they were contracted to open up the post office at a certain time.
I mean,
And, if you can't get up, fine. I can't help my terminology. We all come from different parts of the country, and we all have different ways of expressing it. I apologise if they don't like that sort of terminology. It wasn't meant as any to be detrimental towards her. It's just so think if you're forever arriving late for work, people say to you about getting up early to arrive on time.
My question was, do you think it was appropriate to give lifestyle advice? Because your evidence yourself has been that you were carrying out an interview under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, a very serious interview. Do you think that it's appropriate for somebody who is questioning somebody in relation to a criminal offence, tells them that they need to get up earlier?
As I said, you know, if it's my terminology and it's not liked, I apologise for that. You know, it wasn't. The lifestyle is she's there for 9 o'clock. She identified the person that she suspected of stealing the money. So to save her coming in, she gave that person the keys. That's all that conversation is. It has to be taken in the context as I go. When you read something, it can sound better or worse than when it's actually spoken at the time.
Mr. Bradshaw, you still work for the post office
I do.
in the security department.
I do.
Do you consider still that it is appropriate to say somebody in an interview that is very similar to a police interview that they should get up earlier?
Some people may say yes, some people may say no. Fine, I'll concede and say no, it's not appropriate.
Some people may say yes, some people may say no. What do you say? Is it appropriate? Is it not appropriate?
As I say, it needs to begin in the context of how the conversation goes. That to me at the time appeared to be okay. If you can't get up and you're always late, you could lose the post office just by opening too late.
If you were still carrying out this role, if you were still interviewing people, if you were interviewing somebody tomorrow, would you have any concerns about using that language in an interview?
I may phrase it a different way.
But you may still give similar advice.
It's a very difficult question, isn't it? To advice. It's not really advice. You know, in advice-wise, is if you, as I say, if you're always late, most people from being a small child in your school saying, you'd need to get up earlier to get in on time.
Is it appropriate?
I don't see a great deal wrong with it if you can't get in on time.
What's its purpose, though? What purpose does it serve in an interview of this
Well,
kind?
the purpose was there is that she was always, what she said in the she gave the keys to somebody else to open, and that's fine. That she can do that, but the keys were given to somebody she suspected of stealing money, which is a bit strange, to me, is a bit strange.
But what does it matter to you whether she opens, somebody else opens? You're carrying out a criminal investigation here. You're not actually assisting her with the smooth running of her post office, are you?
Well, the smooth running would be that if she would be there to see what was happening from the post office from start to finish.
Is it still your evidence that you were professional during the interview?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to move on to the case of Jacqueline MacDonald. Can we please look at poll 00113278, please? Thank you very much. We're back again to the Court of Appeal. I'd like to look at, it's paragraph 179. I don't have the page number, unfortunately, but we can scroll down, scroll up a little bit more. Thank you. Jacqueline MacDonald. On the 8th of November 2010, in the Crown Court at Preston, Jacqueline MacDonald pleaded guilty to theft. She had pleaded guilty on the 5th of July 2010 to 6 counts of false accounting. On the 21st of January 2011, she was sentenced to a total term of imprisonment of 18 months. Confiscation order was made. As a result of the proceedings against her, Mrs. MacDonald was forced to file for bankruptcy. An audit of her post office had revealed a shortage of £94,000. In interview, she said that she had experienced problems with Horizon, and when she contacted the helpline, she received no assistance. She denied theft, but accepted she had unintentionally made false accounts. Mrs. MacDonald's defence statement made reference to problems experienced with Horizon. The defence made a number of disclosure requests, but the prosecution made no disclosure in respect of any Horizon reliability difficulties. Mrs. MacDonald had made 216 calls to the National Business Support Centre about transaction and balancing problems. The pre-sentence report recorded her as saying that she had not stolen the money, but admitted to accepting the system balances as correct in order to roll over into the next trading period. If we scroll down, I'll read the bottom half of paragraph 182 and then into 183. Nevertheless, as the Post Office concedes this was a Horizon case, the prosecution case was dependent on data generated by Horizon, and yet there is nothing to indicate that any Fujitsu audit data was obtained at the time of the criminal proceedings. There was no evidence to corroborate the Horizon evidence. Issues raised by Mrs. MacDonald were not investigated. There was no proof of an actual loss as opposed to a Horizon-generated shortage. Post Office concedes that her prosecution was unfair, but we conclude that the prosecution was an affront to justice. I'd like to look at her interview. That can be found at UKGI 000148889. In this case, you were the interviewing officer. Are we to assume that the person who comes first is the main interviewer?
Yes.
Yes. So you're assisted there by a colleague, Suzanne Winter. Were you the officer in charge of the investigation of Miss MacDonald?
Yes.
Yes. Were you the disclosure officer in her case as well?
All papers that I will have would have been disclosed to our criminal law team, who would then in turn disclose it to the defence.
I'm not asking about the quality of the disclosure,
No,
but in terms of your role, I think you signed schedules of material purporting to be a disclosure officer.
Yes, I think we take the role as disclosure officer as well. There's not an independent person.
Thank you. If we please could turn to page 5. I'm going to read to you a section of her interview transcript. It begins, I'm going to begin with you, who says, you've just admitted that you falsified your balance because you inputted figures to enable you to balance. She says, yes. You say, do you know that's a criminal offence? She says, no, I didn't. And then there's a summary. It says that you stated the accounts had possibly been falsified from either November or March. You produced some sheets and asked her to state who had written the figures on the sheets. She said that some were hers and some were her colleagues and some were just her colleagues. You asked if she had any time off. She said she had 2 days off in June. Her colleague was away in May. And then it says that you discussed the last sheets starting 27th of September, and she confirmed it was her writing. You asked her to explain what the figures are. She stated the figures were what was in the safe, in the roller, cash and the tills. She also stated that they were wrong and not worth the paper it was written on. It says SB asked where she would have got the figure of 65,000. She said it would have been from the balance from the computer. And then it stops summarising and goes into the actual words spoken. It says, would you like to tell me what happened to the money? She says, I don't know where the money is, I've told you. And you say, you've told me a pack of lies. She says, no, I haven't told you a pack of lies, because I haven't stolen a penny. Again, concentrating on words used in an interview, pack of lies, sounds somewhat like language you might see in a 1970s television detective show. Was pack of lies something that you would say to defendants?
That's the same terminology sort of come out. It's a pace interview, and it's not a nice interview. Normally, before any interview, the majority of times I speak to people and say to them, you know, it's not personal. The questions have to be asked. You won't like the questions. That's what it is. It is a criminal. It's a criminal interview in accordance with pace.
You have no difficulty with using those words.
It went through the court system afterwards, and nothing was picked up by a defence team to say that it was oppressive or aggressive.
So, because the defendant's representatives didn't say that it was oppressive, you think that it is therefore appropriate language to use in an interview?
As I say, it's a difficult interview.
Sticking with the same case, can we look at poll 00141259, please? We're now in November 2010. It's the same case. It's a memo to you from Phil Taylor, who's a legal executive in the Criminal Law Division. Could you scroll down, please? Can you assist us with who Phil Taylor was? Was he a
Phil
lawyer?
Taylor, I think he was a legal executive. He worked in the criminal law team.
Does that mean that there's somebody who is not necessarily...
I'm not sure whether he was like the paralegal.
Does it sound a bit like a paralegal,
Yeah,
something like that?
Yeah.
Yes. He says as follows: Steve, the file has gone dead since Jarnell did the attendance note on the 15th of July 2010. I've written to ask the defence if they intend to serve an expert's report, but I've not mentioned the Misra case to them. They can find that out for themselves. What was your understanding of the duties of cross-disclosure? So the duty to disclose information from one case in another case.
Well, I would have expected the criminal law division to disclose fully what's going on.
So did you turn around on receiving this letter and said, no, you've got it wrong, it's disclosable?
As far as I recall, the defence team were notified of the Misra case. At some stage.
That wasn't the question that I asked.
At some stage, all I can answer is that at some stage you were informed about the Misra case.
At some
whether
stage.
it's through me, sort of going back to them or whatever.
Did that form of words that was used by somebody from the criminal law team, that they haven't mentioned the Misra case, they can find that out for themselves, did that cause you any concern?
Well, it's not very good, is it, at all? You know, it's like sort of saying, throwing something away, go and find it for yourself. It's not what I would expect from a set of lawyers
Yes.
to
I mean,
behave.
this particular individual wasn't necessarily a
No,
lawyer.
but he was part of the division and acting for a lawyer from the criminal law division.
Did that cause you to send an immediate memo back saying you've got it wrong?
As I say, I can't, you know, we were talking some 13 years ago now. But as I say, I know that it did come up and the defence team were informed of the Misra case. But I don't know when they were told.
And do you think disclosure was made, full disclosure of expert reports in that case, for example?
Yeah, because Miss MacDonald, she put her own, I think it was Charles McLaughlin, they put their own defence experts in.
They put their own expert in that particular case?
Yeah. Yes.
But from Seema Misra's case, do you know what was disclosed?
I don't.
No. If we look at poll 00169419, this is a month earlier, a month before that email. We have an email from John Longman to yourself, and it includes some documents from the Misra case, including the final technical expert's report, and it's that document that I would like to take you to. That can be found at poll 00169420. Thank you. Could we please look at page 17, which are the conclusions in the expert report that was obtained by Seema Misra? Thank you very much. Mr. McLachlan says as follows: it is evident that trial balances and period balances showed a continuous pattern of discrepancies throughout the period for which transactions were provided. It appears that no action was taken by the Post Office to investigate these discrepancies or to ensure that Ms. Misra was competent to prevent them from arising. Instead, Misra removed an employee under suspicion of theft and implemented independent stock units for either counter. Neither action appears to have resolved the issue. If we look at 3.3, he says as follows. He says, the Horizon system has had problems in the past, as acknowledged by Mr. Jenkins, that's Gareth Jenkins from Fujitsu, in relation to Calendar Square. Unfortunately, the Post Office has not provided us with the opportunity to independently assess the possible impact on West Byfleet, nor have they provided a list of known defects in Horizon. The traveller's check problem is an illustration of the known defects we independently identified, but Jenkins confirmed that Fujitsu maintain a full list, which has not been released. The Horizon system is a component of the full post office operating environment. Other elements of this environment can result in changes to the cash balances recorded at the branch. Both transaction corrections and remittances will act in this way. Jenkins was unable to provide any opinion as to the integrity of these systems, and I was provided with no opportunity to investigate them. The Post Office has provided no evidence as to the integrity of these systems and the processes used to manage them. So this is a report that you received that contains quite clear criticisms of the Horizon system. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And from your evidence where we began today about not knowing about bugs, errors or defects in the system, it does seem that you received at least a defence expert report that did identify those kinds of issues with Horizon.
People have said about bugs, errors, and defects, but if you asked me what bug was there or what error or what defect, I couldn't tell you. And that's why I say I don't know of any bugs, errors or defects. People are quoting bugs, errors and defects, but nobody has said this particular bug, error or defect. That's what I'm saying. Nobody's ever come or cascaded it down to say what particular bug, error or defect was in the system.
But this kind of information presumably is pretty pertinent to the case of Miss MacDonald that you are charged with.
And it would be passed to the prosecution, the criminal law team.
Why do you say it was passed to, you say it would be, I think, you didn't say was.
Well, what was?
How do you know
Sorry,
that?
my terminology again. Well, they will have sort of had it because of the nature of coming out. John Longman has sent that to us for information. And it would have been passed, the criminal law team would have been there at the time for the case.
When you say criminal law team, who do you mean? Do you mean the post office?
The post office solicitors.
So Mr. Singh, for example?
But, well, at the time, it probably, Mr. Singh come more on board in 2012 when the split from Royal Mail. When Royal Mail Group become defunct and Royal Mail Letters were becoming independent as a private company, that's when Mr. Singh was attached to the Post Office Limited. Before that, there was a number of lawyers in London and in the criminal law division.
So somebody in the criminal law division would have been aware of this, and what your expectation was that they would be responsible for disclosing that in another case.
That's correct, yes.
And that wasn't something that you needed to apply your own mind to.
As I said, all information I will have had will be sent down to our criminal law team, and they make the actual disclosure to the defence.
Did you expect the criminal law team themselves to take information from one of their cases and disclose it in another one of their cases?
I would expect to with something like this. Anything that's relevant to something else, I would expect the criminal law team, as lawyers, to let other people know.
When you were signing the disclosure statements of the schedule of unused material, schedule of used material, schedule of sensitive material, did you cast your mind to that issue as to whether there was information that didn't appear on your schedule, but that was held in relation to another case?
I can't say I did.
And do you reflect on that at all?
I can't say, as I say, I can't say I did. I would have, looked for the criminal law team to do it. If I'd put anything on, it would have been filled in properly. If I hadn't filled it in properly, I would have expected the lawyers to come back to me to say if I've filled the form in incorrectly.
Can you not see a problem with signing a disclosure statement or a schedule of disclosure and at the same time assuming that there is other information not listed on there that was going to be disclosed to a party?
Of course, there's always issues if something is not told. But as I said, my understanding at the time, I had disclosed everything that was available to me, to them.
Do you not see a problem, though, in you creating a schedule of material that doesn't include material that you think, for some reason, is going to be disclosed by somebody else?
All the information I had in that file was sent to the criminal law team.
But this wasn't in that file, was
No.
it? This was in another case.
And it was held by the criminal law team, so I would expect them to disclose it.
So were they the disclosure officers in the case?
Well, ultimately, they are the disclosure officers because If they asked me to do any further work, it would be put in a statement to be sent to them, and they would disclose it to the defence. I did not disclose anything directly to the defence.
But you're signing schedules of material purporting to be the disclosure officer. Are you saying that you nevertheless assumed that there was some other disclosure officer?
That's the process the post office put in for the file. All my paperwork would be put there, the unused, the exhibits would be signed off in the committal file and sent to the criminal law team, who would then disclose everything to the defence.
Can you see a problem with the assumptions that are being made here?
Of course, there's always problems if too many people aren't involved, or somebody they think somebody else may have done it. But I would have expected the criminal law team to be the full disclosure officers.
Saying that there's always problems, I mean, you're not troubled by that in the context of a criminal prosecution where somebody could go to prison?
As I said, each inquiry is dealt on its own merits, and what I had would be sent to the criminal law team.
But do you not reflect on it and say, I'm producing a schedule for criminal proceedings where somebody could go to prison, and I'm not including all the material on that schedule?
I have produced a schedule of all the relevant information I had to hand concerning that inquiry.
But you're saying that there was other material outside of that schedule that you assumed was disclosed?
No, you said to me there was other material, and I said the criminal law team would have a copy of that, and if it had to be disclosed, I would have expected them to do it.
So if we look at the disclosure schedule in this particular case that was signed by you, do you think we will find this particular report?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, because I may have done, but I don't think so.
Okay.
But isn't that the problem, Mr. Bradshaw? I think, forget about the technicalities of it. The whole idea of having a disclosure statement signed by someone is to make that person responsible for its contents. Yeah?
Correct, sir.
Right.
But as I
Now,
say,
invariably, as I understand it, the chief investigating officer becomes the disclosure officer. And for the moment, let's assume that's fine. Okay? So the chief investigating officer has the responsibility for ensuring that all that should be disclosed in that statement is disclosed, because he or she is putting a name at the bottom.
correct.
So at the very least, before you put your name to the bottom, if you are going to assume that Mr. X, a lawyer in the criminal law department, is going to provide some documentation to the defense, should you not liaise with him to ensure that that is done?
I understand what you're saying, and what I've said is that all the information I had to hand was sent to the lawyers.
Well,
I
putting
agree
it simply,
with you.
you've agreed with Mr. Blake that it was correct for the information in the Misra case to be disclosed in subsequent cases because it was potentially helpful to the defense. Therefore, in a case where the disclosure officer was going to sign the disclosure form, should he or she not ensure before the form is signed that the information in the Misra case is there and ready for disclosure?
Ultimately, yes.
Right,
You know,
thanks.
Thank you.
Great.
Just two more documents before we take our mid-morning break. Can we look at poll 000999689, please? We're sticking with the case of MacDonald. This is a statement that Ms. MacDonald made to Second Sight in 2013, so after her case. Could we please look at page 4? She says as follows. She says, shortly after I had been audited and my post office was taken away from me, I read an article in a magazine which highlighted other people who had suffered or were about to suffer the same hell I was going through. I then got in touch with the writer of the article, who then put me in touch with the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance. This was a very big surprise to me, as I was led to believe by the investigator for the Post Office, Steve Bradshaw, that I was the only one in this position, and this has never happened before. Steve Bradshaw is a liar, and he knew the whole time, as I'm friends with another person he had prosecuted that was a member of the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance. It is just unbelievable how I was going to feel like I was the only one, and it made me isolated and paranoid about what was going on with the whole situation. Had you mentioned the Seema Misra case, Ms MacDonald might have realised that she wasn't the only one.
I've never said that to her. That's incorrect, that statement.
Well, we'll look at that, because we've seen, that can come down, thank you. We've seen Lisa Brennan this morning being told in her interview that nobody else is making mistakes, haven't we?
I've explained that in that particular branch, she was the only person in that branch that was having that particular issue.
We've seen the letter from the lawyer at the Post Office taking a conscious decision not to tell Ms MacDonald about Seema Misra's case. You remember that document, don't you?
That's right, and that's after the interview.
Yes. So Ms MacDonald's complaint there that she was told that she was the only one, that rings true, doesn't it?
It doesn't. I have never said that to her, that she is the only one. And
Wouldn't that be consistent, though, with not raising Seema Misra's case?
No, on the context of the interview on the time, I have not said to Miss MacDonald that she was the only one. And also with that, I don't know who she's friends with, and I did not know whether she was a member of the JFSA.
Did you think that Miss MacDonald's case was an important case to win?
No, it's a case. It's a case that has to put whether it's, you know, each case is treated on its own merit.
So this one is just like any other case?
All I do is interview, gather the information, send the file off. And
treat everybody fairly and equally?
As far as I'm concerned, I do, yes.
Can we please look at poll 001-65946, please? This is, I think, a self-appraisal form for 2010-2011. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. If we scroll over to the next page, we have your, at the bottom of that page, your position, I own performance, and it says as follows: I take ownership of the objectives. I agree for myself and my team that will help to deliver the business goals. I regularly discuss my team's progress against their current objectives. I ensure that business goals and current team performance are highly visible to my whole team. I address poor performance and recognise achievement. Could we scroll down to the bottom of that page, please? It's number 5. On the 5th of July 2010 at Preston Crown Court, the offender pleaded guilty to false accounting but would not accept theft. I challenged the recommendations of the barrister and persuaded him that a trial would be necessary, as the reason given by the defendant, Horizon Integrity, would have a wider impact on the business if a trial did not go ahead. I also advised that a new trial date should be fixed, as there are current issues ongoing regarding the Horizon system. He agreed with me, and consequently the judge accepted these points and fixed a new trial date. I mean, it seems, certainly from your own feedback, from your own appraisal, that you saw it as in some way career boosting to press on with that Miss MacDonald's case because of problems with the Horizon system becoming, having a wider impact on the business. Do you not accept that?
The issue would have been discussed with the prosecution barrister, and as you're probably well aware, when you're filling in one-to-ones sort of thing, there's always a flamboyant way of putting the words across.
I challenged the recommendations of the barrister and persuaded him that a trial would be necessary, as the reasons given by the defendant, Horizon Integrity, would have a wider impact on the business if a trial did not go ahead. Are you saying that you're saying you had more of a role in things than you actually did?
No, not at all. As I said, that's a flamboyant way of explaining what had gone on the day.
Why would the barrister be concerned about the wider impact on the business, though?
I don't know. It will have been discussed with the prosecution barrister. And again, everything of that inquiry has to be taken into context. When it's sort of going, it's not just one little piece of it, it's a full inquiry of how the money possibly went missing, etc. And they had their defence expert, it was sort of put in, prosecution spoke to defence barrister at the second time.
Is it right or wrong to say that you were concerned that that case would have a wider impact on the business of the post office?
It's wrong, but as I say, it's a flamboyant way of explaining what had gone on the day in the court.
So when you say it's wrong, what do you mean? Was that a thought that was in your mind during this case?
The wider impact is sort of, it was, at the time, it wasn't proven, as far as I recall, 100% that Horizon was so faulty.
And your concern in this particular case was that if you lost the case, that would damage the reputation of Horizon.
The damage would always come because once one part is gone, and as I say, you look at the shortfall was found by a business development manager. The audit was done following. They declared the amount of cash that had done the night before. When the business development manager went, there was only 17,000 in there. So it's you need the full case to be able to judge it properly.
And you, playing the role that you did, managed to persuade a barrister that a trial would be necessary because of the impact on the business.
As I said, the way it's written it's completely wrong. I wouldn't write it like that now, but it's a self-appraisal for the way the business wanted things doing.
So was it true or was it not true?
There's probably truth in it, but not maybe to the extent of what it is.
We've heard from some evidence about bonuses being paid in relation to successful prosecutions. Are you aware of anything along those lines?
Bonuses have always been paid along with Royal Mail Group, Post Office, Royal Mail. Bonuses have always been there.
And would positive feedback relating to something like this, might that impact on bonuses?
Well, it impact depending on what score they want to give you, whether you're a 1, 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever numbers they go to.
And does your success in a criminal case impact on the amount that you're paid?
No, not at all.
Does the number of cases that you successfully...
Not at all. I'm paid whether one case is done, 1,000 cases or no cases.
Your standard pay, yes, but in terms of a bonus, you are, I think you've accepted, paid a bonus depending on how well you do.
A bonus becomes part of your pay, what's agreed by the business.
Yes.
And you don't get any extra bonus because of this. It's all how well or not well you do your job is how your bonus is given.
And if you're considered to have, for example, protected the business, prevented the wider impact of...
May not do, depending on who looks at the forms and the put in.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our mid-morning break.
We restart.
If we restart at 10, let's say 10 to 12.
10 to 12.
We have quite a lot to get through.
Let's have a break.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Blake. There may be a few latecomers, but we won't wait for them.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to move on to the case study of Khayyam Ishak. Can we please go back to the Court of Appeal judgment? That's poll 001132278. And it's page 49. This is another case where the Court of Appeal quashed the conviction. Am I right to say that you were the lead investigator, Mr.
Correct,
Ishak?
yes.
I'll just read some of the Court of Appeal judgment. They say that on the 7th of March 2013, Mr. Ishak changed his plea to guilty to the theft of £17,000. On the 22nd of April 2013, he was sentenced to 54 weeks imprisonment. The defence challenge to the Horizon system was clear from a very early stage in the proceedings. Mr. Ishak's solicitor had informed the Post Office of the issue and of the defence's intention to instruct an expert at an earlier magistrates' court hearing on the 25th of July 2012. A defence statement of the 29th of August 2012 repeated the defence challenge to Horizon and made a series of disclosure requests targeted at the Horizon system. Mr. Ishak denied theft but admitted altering items on Horizon out of necessity in order to reconcile the amounts and due to the system malfunctioning. The defence repeatedly sought disclosure in relation to Horizon and instructed an accountancy expert to analyse the accounts. The Post Office produced evidence to demonstrate the integrity of Horizon and relied in particular upon the involvement of Mr. Jenkins, who provided witness statements and contributed to a joint expert report. In a served witness statement, Mr. Jenkins defended the integrity of the Horizon system. On the 5th of February 2013, the defence made a formal application to a judge for further disclosure on Horizon. The application was refused. The defence served an addendum defence statement which alleged Horizon malfunction and set out reports of technical faults which Mr. Ishak had made to the Horizon help desk. He had also made reports to the National Business Support Centre about shortfalls and discrepancies. The Post Office accepts that this was an unexplained shortfall case and that evidence from Horizon was essential to Mr. Ishak's case. The Fujitsu audit data for the indictment period was provided to the defence on the 26th of October 2012. It's unclear what, if any, analysis was performed with it. There was no examination of that data for bugs, errors or defects or for evidence of theft. It appears there was no evidence to corroborate the Horizon evidence. The fact that Mr. Jenkins provided witness statements in itself suggests that the Post Office did not disclose the full and accurate position regarding the reliability of Horizon. There was no proof of an actual loss as opposed to a Horizon-generated shortage. The Post Office concedes only that Mr. Ishak's prosecution was unfair, but we are bound to conclude that his prosecution was an affront to justice. Can we please return to your witness statement? That's WITN 044500100 at page 9. Thank you. If we look at page 9, that's where you address the case of Ishak. And we can see at the bottom there, we have at footnote 3 a large number of documents that were provided to you in relation to his case. Do you recall that?
I've seen that, yes. And,
Yes, and if we scroll down, we have the rest of your evidence on his case. Can we please look at poll 0046224, please? This is the investigation report. Thank you. Is this a document that you drafted?
correct.
Yes. That's dated the 13th of May of 2011. It's your investigation report. And I'd like to begin on page 6, please. Thank you. If we scroll down, there's a section on business and procedural weaknesses. And you say there, due to the circumstances given in explanation of the audit shortage, at this moment in time, I can see no failures in security supervision, procedures, or product integrity that should be brought to the attention of the contract manager. Is it possible to bring on screen side by side your witness statement that we've just taken you to? Page 14 of that witness statement, please. Thank you. So on the left-hand side, if we could go to page 14, you'll recall that that is the page that addresses the general questions that were put to you in your request for evidence to the inquiry. And you say there, for example, I don't know what technical issues were investigated by the Post Office. I can't recall, if any, what information I received concerning bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon system. We heard this morning that you were aware of those magazine articles in 2010, and there was an email correspondence from the same year where there was discussion about a number of challenges to Horizon integrity. What investigation had you carried out in relation to product integrity?
When the product came about, you would see it in this particular case. It was a case of sheets of stamps were being reversed out the system, which outweighed what was being sold.
But you've said here in your investigation report that you can't see any failures in product integrity. What investigations you carried out into product integrity to satisfy yourself?
Well, whatever the product was, whether that would show up anything wrong with it. You know, that's all I can say, is that you would look at each one at the time. I didn't go in and look at each individual product, because that's another member of another team within the Post Office.
But you were aware at this particular time of significant allegations against the integrity of the Horizon system, weren't you?
But with this particular inquiry, it didn't appear to be anything to do with Horizon, because he was reversing out stamps that created the surplus.
But at this particular time, do you accept that you had significant knowledge of allegations about the integrity of the Horizon system?
There was knowledge at the time that people were stating that there was issues with Horizon.
And it was your knowledge at that time?
People had told us, so yeah, I guess I probably will have known.
I mean, you say probably would have known. Let's have a look at UKGI 000155101. This is another case around a similar time, 2nd of March 2011. This is the case of Damien Owen. Was that a case that you were also the investigating officer?
No, not at all.
Were you involved? You weren't involved in that case?
Not at all.
You didn't see this defence statement if we scroll down?
Not at all.
No knowledge of that?
Not Damien Peter Owen, no.
No, okay. Let's return to Mr. Ishak's case then. Can we look at poll 000582554, please? We have the defence statement. We've just seen a defence statement in Mr. Owen's case. Let's look at the defence statement in Mr. Ishak's case. This is August 2012. Can we please turn over the page? This is a document that you would have seen at the time, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. If we scroll down, this is a document that is produced to set out the nature of the defendant's case. And if we look at paragraph 7, that's over the page, please. He states as follows: the nature of the defence in relation to this allegation is there was no appropriation of monies. The Post Office Horizon software/hardware system had in the past on numerous occasions malfunctioned, causing difficulties in reconciling sales, receipt and stock figures. The defendant had reported the same to the Post Office helpline, seeking assistance, but little or no successful assistance was afforded to him despite the said requests. 2, the defendant had of necessity to make certain adjustments by way of reversals on the Horizon system so as to ensure the sales, receipt and stock figures reconciled. If we carry on, please, over the page, we have a number of disclosure requests that were made by the defence in Mr. Ishak's case. If we scroll down a little more, we can see at 11.2, for example, they request all material to the knowledge of the prosecution in existence, whether in the hands of the prosecution or third parties, that reasonably supports or is reasonably capable of supporting the contention that the Post Office Horizon software/hardware system has proved to be unreliable and or inaccurate and or unstable and or susceptible to malfunction and or otherwise prone to the production of erroneous results. Little 4, the full results, whether provisional or final, of all internal and or external investigations and or inquiries and or reviews, whether instigated by the Post Office or any other body, into the correct functioning of the Post Office hardware/software system. And over the page, any internal memoranda and or guidance notes and or material dealing with the correct or incorrect functioning of the Post Office Horizon hardware/software system. And this is a case that you were the investigating officer.
Correct.
Yes. Can we please look at poll 00119430, please? An email from September 2012 from Martin Smith. He's a lawyer at Cartwright King. Is that correct? Do you recall? If we scroll down, we can see his sign-off.
It's come from Cartwright King.
Yes. Thank you. And this is an email sent, you're included on the distribution list. Who was Sarah Porter, do you recall?
I'm not sure whether she's somebody that actually works in Cartwright King or it's somebody else. I don't really recall that name.
He says, "Good morning, Sarah. Please find attached copies of a letter from the defendant's solicitors and the defence case statement." That's the document that we've just been looking at. The defence are clearly aware of the current Horizon issues and are on a fishing expedition. This, in my view, is a red herring. The stamp sales, which had been reversed, thereby increasing the stock and lowering the amount of money needed to achieve a balance, were clearly not there at the time of the audit. So he has described it as a fishing expedition. What's your understanding of a fishing expedition?
Can I just go back to I think Sarah Porter may well be the agents given. It's either she would have worked for Cartwright King or they're agents from the Yorkshire area, to look after that case. It's only a possibility, but I think that's where it may be.
Thank you very much.
Fishing expedition is just throwing anything around to see what comes out from it.
We've seen a number of requests made in that defence statement for disclosure. Did you seek and obtain the information that was sought?
If Cartwright King, either via Sarah Porter, if it's from our prosecution agents, if Cartwright King didn't do it, if Cartwright King have asked me for anything, I will have done whatever they requested.
You would have done whatever they requested.
Yeah,
I mean, we spoke earlier about, for example, reliance on the Post Office's own legal team to cross-disclose from other cases. Here we have Cartwright King, so an external firm, perhaps a lawyer who doesn't have sight of every case, and you have also, as you said, Sarah Porter, who's potentially yet another external firm. Who was best placed out of all of you?
Cartwright King took over from John L. Singh. Cartwright King become the Post Office lawyers. So as the investigation officer, whatever information they required, they would have asked. And I would have provided, if possible, the information back to them that they would have saved back towards the defence.
So in terms of your assumption that somebody would have been disclosing additional documents that weren't on your schedules, what do we assume now in relation to Cartwright King, that they are then responsible for this further material?
Cartwright King would have taken it over as the people who would deal with the defence solicitors.
What about the defence report in the Seema Misra case, for example, and other complaints that we've seen, even those 2010 magazine articles that you were sent? Did they form your disclosure in this case?
As I said, as I explained earlier, I will have disclosed everything I had pertaining to whatever case, whether it be Mr. Isaac's or whatever, to our lawyers, and I would expect them, as the people dealing directly, because I wouldn't deal direct with any defence solicitors.
Who do you think was responsible for disclosure?
I would say our lawyers acting on behalf of the post office
And what do you think your duties were in relation to disclosure?
to let our lawyers know everything that I've possibly got.
So your duty is to provide them with what you have in a specific case, but not in relation to your broader knowledge.
I would say so, yes.
And then you saw it as their duty to make disclosure in relation to the broader context.
That's correct, yes.
Can we please look at poll 000565996, please? This is at an earlier stage in the case. This is a memo from Maureen Moores in the National Security Team at the Post Office. It's about this particular case, Mr. Ishak. And it's sent to you.
That's right, yeah. Maureen Moores was part of the casework team. She was a postal officer in the casework team.
So she was a caseworker, you were the investigator.
Yeah.
And she gives an opinion as to sufficiency of
Not
evidence, or
not at all. That all she's basically done is forwarded on that's been addressed from legal services, because this is round about the time of the crossover between the criminal law team, i.e. John L. Singh, and Cartwright King taking over completely.
yes.
So the legal services, that's where they were based as Royal Mail Group. When the split come, lawyers stayed with Royal Mail letters. John
Yes.
L. Singh become post office, and they would then send it to the casework team, and in this case, Maureen, and Maureen would forward that on so it could be attached into the file.
So for whose attention was this particular document?
I think it's to let the security team know, and it's forwarded on to me, and I would put in.
So as the investigating officer, is this, if we scroll up, sorry, it's a memo, so it's not a letter.
No.
Is this effectively a memo for
Yeah.
your attention?
Yeah.
Yes. Could we scroll over the page, please? And we can see at the very bottom, it's from Rob Wilson, who is at that stage head of the criminal law team.
That's correct.
And if we look at the very top of the current page we're on, he says as follows: you will be aware of the provisions of the Criminal Procedure and Investigation Act 1996 concerning disclosure. Please confirm whether there is any material which might reasonably be considered capable of undermining the prosecution case or assisting the defence case and which has not already been disclosed. Please also let me have various forms. So that is a test that you were aware of.
That's right. They're all the forms for the committal. For the committal.
Yes. So that is a test that is being repeated to you by the head of the criminal law team.
That's right.
Do you still say that it was the responsibility of Cartwright King to ensure appropriate disclosure and not your responsibility?
Cartwright King for the, if you're talking about the misery part, for Cartwright King, now I will have disclosed everything that I had pertaining to that case. Anything above and beyond it, I would expect the lawyers to disclose it to the defence.
I mean, there's no caveat in that paragraph, though, is there? There's nothing that says in that paragraph, in the particular circumstances of this particular case.
No, and I wouldn't expect it to be any sort of thing. It's any caveat to be put in for there. As I said, all internal work that I had, I would disclose to our lawyers. All
internal work that related to this particular case?
Yeah.
And where did you get the impression from that that's all you needed to do?
That's the way I've been told from the business from when I started.
Told by who?
The way it's come down from when I started, and from the training school to whoever the sort of, like Mr. Gardner at the beginning, when you first done one. And the lawyers. The lawyers haven't said we've done anything incorrect.
So was it part of your training that you only needed to disclose matters relating to a particular case and not be concerned with wider issues?
As far as I recollect, yes, that's what it was.
Do you have any reflections on the fishing expedition comment? Do you still see it as a fishing expedition in this particular case?
As I said, people sometimes send emails as if they're having a telephone conversation, and it's probably not the correct way to use fishing. But at the time, it's probably a prevalent way people would speak to one another.
But do you think that wider disclosure about problems with the Horizon system experienced by other sub-postmasters is not a reasonable thing to need to disclose.
If there was issues there and the lawyers knew about it, they should disclose it.
You knew about it.
The lawyers, as I said, I expect the lawyers to do that, not me. I've disclosed all relevant work I had pertaining to whatever case, and the lawyers would deal with the defence lawyers.
Can we please look at poll 000595652? We're in the 6th of February now. We have an email from Martin Smith of Cartwright King to yourself. I'm going to just read from this email. It says the defence were unable to persuade the judge to order any further disclosure. The defendant's solicitor told me that the defendant still operated the store in which the post office is situated. The defendant had instructed them that both subsequent sub-postmasters had told him that they had experienced problems with the Horizon system. Although you had said in your final statement that during the subsequent transfer of cash and stock after Mr. Ishak's suspension in February 2011, no problems or discrepancies had been reported, the defence may well suggest that this does not necessarily mean that no problems were encountered by the subsequent sub-postmasters. I think it would be sensible to obtain statements from both subsequent sub-postmasters confirming that they experienced no problems with the Horizon system, etc. Just looking at the words in speech marks that were in a statement that you had produced for that particular case. So you had said in a statement, during the subsequent transfer of cash and stock after Mr. Ishak's suspension, no problems or discrepancies have been reported. What investigations at that stage, so prior to speaking to the sub-postmasters, had you conducted in relation to problems post-dating Mr. Ishak?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You subsequently, and we'll see, took a statement from a sub-postmaster that followed from Mr. Ishak's suspension. You included in a witness statement a statement to the effect that no problems or discrepancies have been reported. Now, are we to read into the fact that you've said have been reported means that in order to make that statement, all you looked at was whether a problem or discrepancy had been reported?
A statement was taken from the interim postmaster who was he had another one in West Yorkshire in Dewsbury, and he stated in his statement that the equipment was exactly the same, he hadn't changed anything, and he had no issues whatsoever.
We will come to look at that, but
was the
this particular email is telling you that we would like to approach the sub-postmasters to take a statement from them. So this predates that statement.
Well, that's when he's asking me to go down and take the statements.
Absolutely, but by that stage, you had already said in a witness statement that no problems or discrepancies have been reported subsequent to Mr. Ishak. And my question to you is, how did you form that conclusion?
Well, again, I can't say 100%, but my knowledge would have been at the time that I would not have found any issues that he's reported any problems with the Horizon.
Is that an assumption?
No. That again, without having the case file, and whether the call logs are being obtained from both the NBSC and Horizon, but there was nothing at the time to indicate any issues from Mr. Ishak.
You said no problems or discrepancies have been reported, and really what I'm asking you is, are we to read that very carefully, that you've referred to being reported, because in fact you weren't aware whether there were in fact any problems?
Well, if they're not reported, to me, there's no issue.
So you were relying on, for example, call logs or something along those lines?
Yeah.
Rather than an investigation of the system?
Yeah, if you got it, because I have no reason to investigate the system.
Can we please look at poll 000599629? And we're going to start at page 14. This is the statement that is referred to there. And it's a statement from you, and it says, the call logs for the period of 8th of July 2010 to 11th of February 2011 were requested from the National Business Support Centre. Those logs have been examined and show that no calls were made by Mr. Ishak during that particular period. If we look over the page, please, and we can see the line that I've just taken you to. It's at the bottom of that page. It says, during the subsequent transfer of cash and stock after Mr. Ishak's suspension in February 2011, no problems or discrepancies have been reported. So we have a statement that says, I've obtained the call logs from July 2010 to February 2011, and Mr. Ishak hadn't reported during that period. And then you have at the bottom that no problems or discrepancies have been reported. By this particular stage, you hadn't in fact spoken to the subsequent sub-postmasters.
No, that will be done in the transfer from the old postmaster to the new postmaster. So in effect is, if you say these £10,000 of cash, the incoming postmaster, Mr. Patel, has agreed these £10,000 of cash, these 10 stamp books, these so many of these, so many of the, he's agreed with everything that's in the office at that time. And so that's what that refers to.
Could we, if we scroll back to the first page, please? I just want to also just ask you about the call logs that were obtained. Sorry, it's page 15, 14. Thank you. Where you say the call logs were requested from the National Business Support Centre, we've heard quite a lot of evidence about the separate Horizon System Help Desk. Was that something that you obtained calls from?
It may well have done, yeah. They normally, you know, initially I thought there was only one, and then, that, as you quite rightly say, there was a separate Horizon call, and normally the National Business Support Centre would get them call logs as well for you.
And you'd have to obtain the Horizon System Help Desk calls from
Fujitsu. From Fujitsu, correct.
You said that you thought that there was only the National Business Support Centre.
At the time, yes.
For how long?
It's afterwards. I would either been told by the National Business Support Centre that we don't have the Horizon ones, you would have to go to Fujitsu, or sometimes they have got them on my behalf.
So are you saying that it was as late as 2013 that you found out about the other help desk?
It could all be, yes.
Thank you. Can we please look at poll 0005965? Just in terms of the statement that we've just seen, can you assist us? You said before that Cartwright King sent you a statement to sign. Was that one that we've just looked at? Was that drafted by you, drafted by somebody else?
Drafted by me, that one. That wasn't Cartwright.
That was drafted by you. Thank you. This is a letter from Mr. Ishak's solicitors. And if we could scroll down, they've picked up on the particular wording, the careful wording at the end of your witness statement, and they say as follows. Further to the service of the additional evidence, at page 43, Stephen Bradshaw's penultimate sentence states that no problems or discrepancies have been reported since the transfer to a new interim sub-postmaster, since the suspension of Mr. Ishak in February 2011. With regards to this, could you please clarify whether further inquiries were made, i.e., as, or I think it maybe has, a full audit been undertaken since February 2011, and if so, what was the outcome of that audit? If no discrepancy has been highlighted from a subsequent audit, then please be on notice that we will require the data to commission our own audit. So they're asking you therefore what further inquiries were made as to the accuracy of the system post Mr. Ishak, and whether an audit has taken place. Do you agree with that?
Yes, but I'm not sure whether there was an audit put on by post office, or whether technically what you've got is that each time the interim postmaster, Mr. Patel, every time he balance, whether it be weekly or the branch trading statements every month, that's actually an audit of what he's got in the branch. And I'm not sure if an independent audit took place.
Mr. Ishak is simply his solicitors are simply asking there, could you clarify what further inquiries were made to justify the words that you had included in your witness?
As I explained, the interim postmaster has not reported any issues. He used the same equipment, and he stated, as was put in the statement, that he'd been balancing okay.
And they are effectively trying to test that. They want to test that, and they want to see for themselves evidence of the actual figures being looked at by the post office.
Well, yeah, but the post, you know, you would have to, the post office would have to put another independent audit on. Now, whether that took place, I'm not sure.
Well, they're only asking a question, aren't they? They're saying,
Yeah.
can you clarify whether further inquiries have been made, i.e. has a full audit been undertaken?
And I expect that they, you know, they will have been answered by Cartwright King, either without from myself or directly by them.
Let's have a look. Poll 000599692, please. This is an email from Martin Smith of Cartwright King to yourself and to Mark Ford. And he says, just to keep you in the loop, please find attached a copy of a letter which we have received from Musa Patels today. That's the letter we've just looked at. Steve is in the process of taking statements from the 2 subsequent sub-postmasters who have not experienced any problems with the Horizon system. They have not had any significant shortages. I do not propose to ask Steve to obtain the data for the period following Ishak's removal. Given that there were no problems with the system and no significant shortages, it would not assist the defence or undermine the Crown's case. Were Martin Smith or indeed yourself well placed to tell whether there were any problems with the system after Mr. Ishak had been suspended?
As previously explained, you know, the technical issues of the workings of the Horizon system, no, me and Mr. Smith would not be. But based on what they were saying, were there any issues with balancing and the cash and stock that's in the branch at the time, the postmaster that was in place at the time suffered no issues.
So you have the subsequent postmaster who you're taking statements from at this time. You've been asked very clearly by the defence whether an audit has taken place, because front and centre for their defence is the Horizon system and the reliability of the Horizon system. In what sense are we to understand that Mr. Smith has any idea whether obtaining data for that period would have or would not have assisted or undermined the Crown's case?
I think Mr. Smith is going, based on the question, was, you know, the postmaster in post at the time was had balanced each and every week, each and every month, and so I think Mr. Smith has made a decision where that, you know, there is no issues shown, no data would show any loss.
But how would you know that without
Because
looking?
the data is only about the transactions. If you got the data, all the data would show what transactions you're taking in, so what receipts you've had and what payments you made. And if it is balancing, everything is balanced out. The left and right is at an equilibrium.
Can you see any issue with relying on what a subsequent postmaster has told you and not investigating whether, in fact, there were any technical
In
issues?
this case, no, because he stated he's balancing okay. He was an experienced postmaster because he had another branch in Dewsbury. So he was stating he had no issues with his balancing.
So you don't think that it was incumbent upon the post office to, in fact, check whether there were or were not bugs, errors or defects affecting Mr. Ishak's post office after his termination?
In that particular case with the postmaster, I don't know what you would expect to find, because everything has gone through correctly.
Sorry?
Everything has gone through correctly because he is balanced.
Well, we'll look and see what he says. Let's look at what he says now. Let's look at UKGI 0001491, please. First of all, is this your writing, his
It is,
writing?
yeah.
It's your writing, so you took the statement. And can you assist us with how you would go about taking statements, focusing on this particular statement?
I would make the arrangements, go and see Mr. Patel, and then sort of go through and ask him as it goes through the questions to write it in.
And is this verbatim as you spoke to him?
I wouldn't say verbatim to the extent of every word, but it's the what is basically, you know, sort of said to him, and then he would read it and check it afterward at the end of it before signing it.
Let's have a look towards the bottom of the page, please. Just returning to your evidence much earlier today, where you said that you signed a statement that Cartwright King had sent you, no questions asked. At this stage, had you had any training or understanding about the duties that relate to the obtaining of statements and how important it was that they were accurate and full and true?
That come from the training. I've been taking statements for a number of years and never been any issues.
He says as follows: I balanced the cash and stock on a weekly basis and produced a branch trading statement at the end of the balancing periods. The weekly balancing and branch trading statement would be done mainly by my son-in-law. So I think his evidence, we can go over the page again, was that his son-in-law mainly did the work, but it was unable to produce, but if he was unable to produce these, either myself or my son would go to the post office to do the balance. During my time as interim sub-postmaster, I did not have any balances that caused me any concern, and when the branch trading statement was produced, I cannot recall making good any shortages above £20. So, first of all, are we to read into that he did have some shortfalls, but they just weren't?
It could, yeah. The way it reads and what he said, he would have been asked whether he had any surpluses or shortages, and he's come up with the figure of round about the £20. He could not recall any shortage that was above the £20 mark.
And are we to read anything into the words "I cannot recall"? I mean, why wouldn't he say I didn't have any shortages above £20?
It's probably the way I've written it.
Yes, because as you said, it's not verbatim.
No.
Do you think that those words were yours or his?
He would have been asked. I might have said to him, "Do you recall any shortages?" No, or not above thing, and that's how I've written it. As I said, it's not verbatim saying I don't or I didn't have. What he's saying there is, he's probably, as you quite rightly said, he's had shortages within the account. However, there's nothing that's caused him any concern, because he says it's up to about £20.
And he carries on: during this time, I employed 2 members of staff to work behind the counter. Whilst I was the interim sub-postmaster, the Horizon system remained the same. I have never requested any piece of the Horizon kit to be replaced. Now, why is that bit in capitals? I've never requested any piece of the Horizon kit to be replaced.
It's not really in capitals, it's just the way I write it. I've written it.
But it's different to the rest of the writing.
It's just the way I've written it. You could use other, these come out, the line above it, which you haven't picked up, is I've got the in capitals. It's just the way I've written the statements. There's nothing untoward. It's just the way that statement is written by me.
Did you see it as an important part of his evidence?
Not at all.
Said that?
Not at all. It's just, as I said, it's the way I've written the statement. Sometimes it's in capitals. Sometimes it's the way the shorter notes.
And was this the sum of the evidence from the subsequent sub-postmaster?
All I was asked to go and get a statement from the postmaster to see whether he had any issues with the system in the post office.
We had read that there were 2 subsequent.
I think Mr. Lacoste, is it? I think a statement was taken from him as well.
And did it say similar things?
I think so. Without seeing it,
Is this the sum of this statement, though, that in fact the author of the statement didn't generally do the weekly balance and branch trading statement? He can't recall making good any shortages above relatively small ones, and that he hasn't requested any part of the actual physical kit to be replaced. There was no subsequent evidence to this. For example, an investigation, somebody looking at the data during this particular time to see if it was accurate or not.
We had no reason to disbelieve that Mr. Patel hadn't checked the work within the post office.
Can we look at poll 00059729, please? This is a letter to Cartwright King, the 15th of February 2013. This is within a matter of days from the correspondence that we've just seen. And it says as follows. It says, we enclose in duplicate copies of a notice of additional evidence, the statement of Stephen Bradshaw and Abdullah Patel, and an up-to-date page count. There is no further disclosure to be made in this case. So pausing there, it seems as though, in fact, it was only your statement and this statement that we've just seen that was served on Mr. Ishak.
The other statement might have been said earlier. I do recall that name, Umar Lacourt.
We will have a look for that additional statement. It then says, we note that your client has said in his defence case statement that the Post Office Horizon software/hardware system had in the past on numerous occasions malfunctioned, causing difficulties in reconciling sales, receipt and stock figures. Please let us have particulars of the numerous malfunctions to which your client has referred. Do you think that that was a sufficient response to the various issues that Mr. Ishak had raised with the Horizon system?
As I say, they're the lawyers. They will respond in their way.
That wasn't really the question.
No, but they're the lawyers, aren't they? You know, I can't control how they reply to anybody. And in this case, I just read that as they're asking for what particular issues, what the malfunction was. That's how I read that.
As somebody who was the investigating officer, the disclosure officer, who had been reminded of their duties under the Criminal Procedure and Investigations Act, do you think that that was a sufficient response in the particular case to the serious allegations about the Horizon system?
As I say, that's the lawyers answering that, not me.
That's not an answer, though.
But I don't have any control over what they say.
You can have a view on what they say, and what is your view?
Look, my view on that, I don't see anything wrong with it. They're just asking what the malfunction was on any particular occasion.
By 2010, we've established, you were aware of all those computer articles, you were aware of a growing body of allegations about the Horizon system. You were aware of the Seema Misra defence experts report, a whole host of evidence. Do you think that the response in this letter, in Mr. Ishak's case, was sufficient?
It seems sufficient because they're asking what the malfunction was. So they're just asking what went wrong on a particular occasion. That's how I read that letter.
Could we keep this letter, please, and can we look at it side by side with poll 0059675? This is the letter you received questioning about whether further inquiries were made and whether a full audit had been undertaken since Mr. Ishak had finished at the post office. If we could scroll down on the left-hand side, you can see. Do you think that that letter was sufficiently addressed in this response?
As I say, I'm the small cog in this as the investigation officer. The lawyers would deal directly with the defence lawyers. And it's, is it up to me to sort of say? I don't see anything wrong in what they're replying in the letters.
If we could keep the one on the right-hand side, but on the left-hand side, could we please put up poll 000582554? And it's page 4 of that, please. It's paragraph 11, so if we scroll down, these are all the paragraphs that I took you to about all material to the knowledge of the prosecution that reasonably supports the contention that Horizon software/hardware system has proved to be unreliable, full results of any internal investigations, etc. I mean, looking at that request that was set out in the defence statement, do you think that that answer on the right-hand side is sufficient?
As explained on numerous occasions, I will react on any instructions from the solicitors.
This is the 15th of February on the right-hand side, very shortly before the trial. The trial was 10 days later. Do you think that that final sentence, please let us have particulars of the numerous malfunctions, placing the burden on Mr. Ishak to identify the malfunctions, do you think that that was an appropriate approach to take so close to the trial?
As you're well aware, things go straight on up to the trial day. And so, as I say, I will act on any instructions from these solicitors. Cartwright King are asking for any malfunctions, and, you know, whether I don't see anything wrong in that paragraph, as I've said.
You're the disclosure officer. You've received a defence statement requesting quite a lot of material relating to the Horizon system. Very shortly before the trial, the answer is, you're not getting anything else. Please let us know what you say the problems are. Do you see a problem with that?
That's from the lawyers. As I've explained previously, I will disclose all information I have, and the Cartwright King in this case, they're the ones who deal directly with these defence solicitors, and if any information is required, I will assist Cartwright King in obtaining the information on their instructions.
One thing that you haven't passed to them is wider knowledge of problems with the Horizon system that has been passed to you over the many years in post, 13 years by that stage.
And as explained before, that as far as I was aware, the criminal law team, Cartwright King, are all well aware of this, as you've shown me in previous documents.
Can we please look at poll 000598969? This was an addendum defence statement that was filed in Mr. Ishak's case. And he there, if we scroll down, sets out, he responds to the letter requesting further particulars, and he has set out there problems. The Horizon online system would often crash and freeze and would give inaccurate total figures at the end of trading and or balance periods. As a result of these problems, the defendant called the Horizon Help Desk. So this isn't the MBSC, this is the Horizon Help Desk in the region of 8 to 10 times a month on the telephone number, and gives a telephone number. Those calls were made over a period of about 12 months. He then gives a series of references. We scroll down. We scroll down to the bottom of the second page. It says, when a balance and or trading report produced by the system showed there was a shortage of cash, the system would give the defendant an option to make good the discrepancies. If we scroll down. On occasions, the defendant did not accept that he had made an error and requested the issue be dealt with centrally by the post office. On such occasions, he received a letter from Chesterfield. Approximately twice, the defendant called Chesterfield to discuss the discrepancies and shortfalls, and in order to explain the problems he was encountering with the system. No references were provided by Chesterfield staff, but he was assured that the matter would be investigated, and then he gives some further details. Could we please turn to poll 001664405? This is an email from Martin Smith to yourself. He says, please find attached a letter which we have received from Messrs. Musa Patels today enclosing an addendum defence case statement. That's the document that we've just been looking at. I note that the addendum defence case statement sets out the reference numbers of numerous reports which the defendant apparently made. It is the last working day before the trial, and I'm somewhat suspicious that the information was not disclosed at an earlier stage. Steve, could you please go through the addendum defence case statement and make such inquiries as you are able to today? Just pausing there, we saw the letter which asked for further information. The addendum defence case statement seems to have been submitted in response to that letter. But were you suspicious about the detail that was provided in that defence statement?
Sorry, can you just clarify that? I'm not quite sure.
Yes. We've seen an additional addendum defence statement giving more detail. Were you, as Mr. Smith seems to have been, suspicious about the production of that defence statement?
Well, in the addendum, these ones there where the Horizon reference numbers are,
Yes.
the sort of thing. So that possibly indicates that the Horizon call logs were obtained from Fujitsu, hence why you've got the reference numbers and whatever.
Sorry, we'll get to the investigation into the information that he gave.
And from that statement, again, that it's an instruction, and I'm dealing with whatever he wishes me to sort of go on. And again, that's the decision he's made about whether their own sexual challenge. I can't say what type of conversation went on with Mr. Smith regarding whether they should tell or shouldn't tell.
Did you have any suspicions about the information that was provided?
No.
No.
You know, I would look at the information that's received.
If we scroll down in this email, he says as follows. He says, I have no intention of providing details of previous cases in which there has been an unsuccessful challenge to Horizon. That information does not undermine the Crown's case or assist the defence. And now, your evidence throughout today has been that you relied on Cartwright King to disclose that information.
That's right.
Here you're being told by Cartwright King that they're not going to be providing that information. Did you have any concerns about the approach that they were taking?
At the time, probably not. You know, as I say, I can't really answer because I don't know what type of conversation went on at that time with Cartwright King over that.
Well, do you recall any conversation in which that was challenged?
It's 10 plus years ago.
Do you really think that you did have a conversation with Cartwright King?
I had numerous conversations with Cartwright King over the years. So whether that was part of one of them, it's 10 years. I can't honestly say, yes, I spoke to them about Mr. Isaac or I spoke to them about this. Unfortunately, that's just a passing of time with that one.
So your evidence is you can't remember?
And in this particular, yeah, I can't remember whether any conversation took place regarding that. I'm not saying it didn't, but on the same token, I can't say it did.
Do you think it's likely that if you had received this and had an objection to their approach to disclosure, you might have written it down?
Something may well have been said, yeah, regarding it.
Do you think it was?
As I say, I can't categorically say it did or it didn't. You know, it's likely to have taken place. If you've got an unsuccessful challenge and say, I'm not going to deal with it, then the passing of the conversation would have been, well, why not? Or what? So they're making the choices as the lawyers.
Did you not see, as disclosure officer, the duty falling to you to make the...
As I say, I disclose everything, what I've got from the post office side of the investigation. Everything else after that for disclosure is done by Cartwright King to the defence.
Could we please look at poll 000-46280? Here we have you chasing up some of the references. If we could look at page 3, please. These are chasing up some of those references that are in Mr. Ishak's defence statement. The bottom email is from you. Sorry, it's from you, and it says, sorry, can we go is that the final page? Can we go over the page? I think there's one more page. Thank you. Please see below from Steve Bradshaw, that's forwarding your email. Fujitsu advised that a request for the HSD call logs for the branch need to go via our security team into theirs. So it needs to be a conversation between yourselves and Penny Thomas and Andy Dunks. Would it be possible for you to progress this and have the log sent to Steve Bradshaw? And if we go to the page before, we have an email from you that says as follows. I've been speaking with Julie, who tells me that NBSC call logs with the letter H and Fujitsu call logs begin with the letter A. Sorry to be a pain, but can you identify the following reference numbers and what problems they relate to? And if we go to the first page, we see there an email from the post office service desk saying that they've checked, they've had problems locating those particular references. And the email continues, the only remaining alternative is to run all incidents logged at the NBSC for each month of the date ranges, given in the hope that they're listed somewhere. I've been processing your request since 2 o'clock. This email's timed at 4:14, so for 2 hours, 16 minutes this afternoon, and have yet to successfully extract a monthly report due to the volume of calls. So there is obviously a very high number of calls being made to the NBSC during this period. Without further clarification of branch code or the correct dates, this request becomes considerably more complex. So it seems as though the post office themselves are not having much luck in finding these calls. Is that a fair summary?
Well, it indicates that I've done on behalf of what the defence requested and what Martin Smith has instructed me to do, so that I've told them, and then they're struggling because the numbers aren't correct.
And that further work is complicated or complex, as they've described.
Yes, and that would be trying to associate the numbers. If the number's incorrect, you're trying to balance the number out of when with the dates and the number into the call centre.
And do you remember any conversation that you had with the Horizon Help Desk team?
Normally, everything for Horizon always went through the security team, the casework team. We would not call directly.
Could we please have a look at poll 000598661? This is the same day, and it's comments received from Mr. Jenkins on the addendum defence statement. Do you recall Mr. Jenkins' involvement in this?
I know Mr. Jenkins, yeah, I know of him.
Did you have direct contact with Mr. Jenkins?
I don't recall any direct contact. I've met him on a couple of occasions, and I think this was one occasion in Bradford Crown Court when he was listed for witness. But at the most, I've met him about once or twice, and no telephone conversations with him.
He says there, I've been asked to comment on the addendum defence case statement in the case of Mr. Ishak. And if we scroll down, we can see his comments. So there's a section there, the Horizon Online system, and this is in the defence statement. It says the Horizon Online system would often crash and freeze and would give inaccurate total figures. And he says as follows, he says, I'm aware that there were some issues in the early days of Horizon Online. However, I don't believe that these impacted the overall accounting at the end of the periods provided recovery was carried out correctly. So that's somewhat caveated. Providing recovery was carried out correctly, it shouldn't have impacted on the figures. He says the migration date was well into the full rollout and the branch was not operating Horizon Online during the pilot. If we scroll over the page, he then addresses all of those reports. And he says as follows, just below. If we could scroll down slightly. He says, I have no easy visibility of these reports. It's possible to retrieve them from the system and examine them, but I'm not aware of them having been provided in evidence. I have certainly not been asked to examine them, but I'm happy to do so. If the details of the reports have not yet been provided, then there is a process to ask for them to be provided by Fujitsu. He says, I'm checking to see if these reports have been retrieved and submitted as evidence. If so, I'll try and get a hold of them. However, as the period of the calls outlined above has little overlap with the period for which detailed transaction logs have been obtained, it's likely there is not much that can be done to tie them together without getting more information. Thank you. Can we now turn to FUJ 001539997, please? And we have an email from Gareth Jenkins to the legal team. And he says, thanks for the update on another case. He says, I've added some comments to the defence case statement addendum, and that's the comments that we've just seen. He says, I've now had confirmation that Fujitsu have not supplied details of any help desk calls to Post Office Limited regarding this branch. Therefore, there's nothing I can easily do to address any specifics. The suggestion there is that the call logs from Fujitsu had not been obtained at this point.
That's a possibility, but I've never seen that email. I'm not on it.
You yourself didn't have any contact with Fujitsu requesting the call logs. What do you recall you did once you received the defence statement in terms of investigating underlying issues with the Horizon system?
As I've explained, when any defence statement comes, I will act on any instructions from, in this case, Cartwright King, whatever work they want to do.
Total reliance on Cartwright.
On Cartwright King, what they want doing. I wouldn't go off on the tangents to go to do my own investigation.
We have, as we've seen, the 2009 media articles, SEMA Misra report, growing cases challenging Horizon. By this time, Second Sight's involvement. Were you not concerned that there was more investigation that should be carried out in
And
relation?
that would be done by the relevant people, not me as the individual.
Were you asking anybody to carry out a greater investigation?
I would not ask, because again, when the Second Sight and everything come on board, the businesses, the post office would have instructed people or put people in place to do that, not me as the individual.
But you were the investigator.
That's correct, yes, and as I've explained, I will have passed over everything I had in my possession to the lawyers.
Disclosure is one thing, but you were the investigator. Were you not investigating the Horizon
I
system?
would not go and invest everything the Horizon. I'm not technically gifted to investigate any errors within the any technical issues within the Horizon system. That will be done by other people within the business.
Before we break for lunch, I'd like to take you to the opening note in the Ishak case. That's at Pol 000598990. Thank you. This is the opening note from counsel for the prosecution in Mr. Ishak's case. Could we please look at page 5? Paragraph 19. That being the case, it may be that the defendant will accept responsibility for the transactions, but claim that there is some sort of problem with the Horizon system. If so, he has yet to produce any evidence to demonstrate that is so. The Crown will call evidence from the designer of the system to prove that there is no fault in the system at all. Do you think that that was accurate?
That's their advice. As I said numerous times, you know, as Mr. Isaac was asked for, what was the malfunction? That's the advice from the lawyers, and I am assuming that the last bit, the Crown will call evidence from the designer, and they're referring to Mr. Jenkins.
And he would say that there's no fault in the system at all?
That's their opinion.
We're now in 2013. You had all those years of complaints about Horizon, all that evidence put before you relating to problems with Horizon. And were you in court hearing the opening?
I was in court for that because it was called as a witness.
And you heard the words being said that there is the claim is that there's some sort of problem with the Horizon system. If so, he's yet to produce any evidence to demonstrate that is so. Were you not a bit worried at that stage?
I was at court on the day. I was not in the actual court when the trial begins because it was a witness. So I would be outside.
But knowing that that was how the prosecution were putting their case, were you not a bit nervous?
As I said, I was outside in court waiting to be called as a witness.
Paragraph 20, the defendant was suspended from his duties at the Birkenshaw Post Office and a new sub-postmaster was introduced in his place, Abdullah Patel. For more than a year, he has run the post office, and in that time there have been no problems reported at all. No unexplained Horizon malfunctions, no stock discrepancies requiring huge reversals, no mysterious disappearances of cash. I think we did read in Mr. Patel's statement that at least there was some discrepancies, wasn't there?
In Mr. Patel's words, they were minor, and I think most postmasters would say they have minor discrepancies.
Yes. Do you think that the summary of the position that's being put in these paragraphs is a fair summary? Having, for example, not investigated the underlying issues with the Horizon system?
As I said, that Cartwright King, that's their advice, and that's what they put for the courts.
You were a witness in that case, and you had provided a witness statement in that case.
That's right.
Were you not at all concerned in 2013 about the state of the Horizon system?
I gave my evidence, and I was cross-examined by the defence, and nothing untoward come from it.
There was something untoward. There was a prosecution, a conviction, and then a subsequent
That's from
successful
now.
appeal.
At the time of the case, when I gave my evidence, there was nothing untoward come back to me in 2013 from the defence when cross-examined.
Thank you. Sir, might that be an
Yes,
appropriate
of
moment
course,
to take a
yes.
lunch? Thank you.
2 o'clock?
Yes.
Fine. Yeah.
just as you were walking through the doors.
Okay, yeah, that's all right. We've got a problem which should be solved in a few minutes with the transcript, so my colleagues and I will sit here rather than go in and out, but feel free to have a quiet chat amongst yourselves until we start again. I think from the sort of gap back are all pressed. So the first row, I think there's a gentleman. Problems or too much difficult? Over to you, Mr. Blake.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the case of Angela Sefton and Anne Neild, could we please look at poll 00113343, please? This is returning to the Court of Appeal, but now we're in a different Court of Appeal case, the case of Roger Allen and others. Could we please look at paragraph 23? It's on the fourth page. And if we scroll down, we can see the cases of Angela Sefton and Anne Neild. Paragraph 23. Thank you very much. I'm going to again read briefly from the transcript to refresh our memories as to this case. On the 11th of April 2013, the Crown Court at Liverpool, Angela Sefton and Anne Neild each pleaded guilty to one count of false accounting with which they were jointly charged. The allegation against them was, in short, that between the 1st of January 2006 and the 6th of January 2012, they had falsified gyro deposit entries on Horizon in relation to the receipt of £34,000 in donations made to the charity Animals in Need. On the 13th of May, Ms Sefton was sentenced to 6 months imprisonment, suspended for 12 months. Ms Neild was sentenced to 5 months imprisonment, which was also suspended for 12 months. If we scroll down to paragraph 27 and 28, please. The Post Office audited the branch on the 6th of January 2012. During the audit, 40 gyro deposit slips and a number of cheque envelopes were recovered from a cupboard which showed suppressed deposits in the sum of £34,000. Ms Sefton and Ms Neild handed the auditor a jointly signed letter in which they said that they had tried to repay shortages by using their own credit cards and holiday money. They eventually ran out of funds. As a result, they began to cover up shortages by delaying the processing of business deposits to Santander and one other bank. They could not explain the shortages. They had reached breaking point in their lives and health had been deeply affected. On the 20th of January 2012, Ms Sefton and Ms Neild were each interviewed. Ms Sefton said that they had only ever delayed payments and had never withheld them. Animals in need had been significantly affected. If we scroll over the page, it says she and Ms Neild did not report the losses because they were too terrified. It appears that Ms Neild gave a broadly similar or at least consistent account. She said she did not know where the shortages were coming from. Both submitted defence statements which questioned whether the losses were genuine or Horizon generated. They requested relevant disclosure and access to Horizon for the purpose of examination by a forensic accountant. Solicitors on behalf of the Post Office asserted that material relating to Horizon was not disclosable because the case turned on the deposit slips which formed no part of Horizon. Ms Neild repeated the disclosure request with the result that the Post Office agreed that a defence expert should be allowed to attend the branch to analyse the data. The Post Office served a witness statement by Gareth Jenkins in which he maintained that there was no problem with Horizon. Call logs show that some difficulties with Horizon had been sporadically reported to the Post Office between 2005 and 2011. Other records show numerous difficulties with Horizon in 2009. The Post Office accepts that this was an unexplained shortfall case and that evidence from Horizon was essential to the prosecution of both Ms Sefton and Ms Neild. Post Office failed to carry out a proper investigation into Horizon issues and failed to disclose full call logs and other records indicating that there had been problems with Horizon at the branch. In addition, Mr Jenkins had informed the Post Office solicitors that he had no information regarding complaints or investigations into Horizon, and it has already been established that it's not possible to examine the original Horizon system that was operational until 2010. Similarly, I've not been presented with any audit data relating to any of these cases to examine. These defects in Mr Jenkins' evidence were not disclosed, nor were two earlier relevant reports disclosed. In those circumstances, the Post Office accepted that their prosecution was unfair and an affront to justice. Can we please look at POL 00328743? This is the audit report into their branch, the Fazakerley branch, and it says as follows. Fazakerley is a busy branch in the suburbs of Liverpool. We have visited this branch more than any other branch during the last few years and always find it to be well run and welcoming. On the 6th of January 2012, accompanied by my colleague Richard Cross, I conducted an audit of the above-named branch. Also present were Steve Bradshaw and Kevin Ryan from the security team. Just pausing there, we have two auditors, two investigators arriving at the branch on the 6th of January 2012. Why was it necessary for 4 people to attend that branch?
The audit was put on. The auditors arrived before that. Me and Mr Ryan, we attended because of the audit to be put on, because Miss Sefton previously telephoned me to say that she wanted to speak to me.
Yes, but
and that's why we attended. It's normal for the auditors to attend to audit the branch while we looked into this customer complaint from the Animal in Needs charity.
So is it normal for 4 individuals to attend what is a relatively small branch?
We were there to do it. 2 were there to do the audits. We were there for the inquiry regarding the non-sort of the cash deposit slips that weren't being credited to the customer's account.
And it says this was a special request audit by the security team, and the purpose of this audit was to verify financial assets due to the Post Office. The audit revealed a surplus in the branch, etc. If we go over the page, it says we arrived at the branch at 8:15 a.m. and introduced ourselves to a member of staff on the shop counter. She referred us to the Post Office counter, where a member of staff was sat in the dark behind the counter. I knew this was one of the members of staff I had previously met, but she was not her normal welcoming self. The other members of staff arrived at 8:45 a.m. and she was slightly upset. As I had very little information of why we were completing an audit so soon after a similar audit, I told them that and advised that we were there to perform an audit on behalf of the Post Office. They told me that they knew why the audit was happening and that they were sorry for causing us problems and sorry for misleading us at previous audits. In brackets, there were tears. Do you remember them being in tears when you were there?
No, I don't recall them being in tears at all.
Do you remember them being upset?
I would say that they didn't seem particularly upset. They had contacted me, even on the day of the audit. Miss Sefton phoned me to inform me the auditors was there, and I told her that it was coming down to the branch shortly.
Do you have any reason to doubt what the auditors reported?
No, when they arrived, no, I have no reason to doubt what they said.
At around 11 a.m, Steve Bradshaw asked us to check around the branch as the staff had told them that they had concealed some transcash paperwork in the cupboards. We spent about 10 minutes looking but couldn't find anything. One of the staff members was led through the secure area and immediately located the paperwork, which she handed to Steve Bradshaw. The staff agreed to leave with the security team, and before they left, they were allowed to collect any personal items from behind the counter. Again, they apologised and said sorry for all they had done and that they felt terrible. Was that your recollection as well, that they were apologising, felt terrible?
Yes, Miss Sefton and Miss Neal apologised sort of all the way through, and it was Mr Ryan who went with Miss Neal to recover the deposit slips, and he brought them back. He counted them up, and he was 40, that was, give or take a bit, the £35,000.
And was this again a case where you were the lead investigator?
Yes.
Yes. Can we please look at poll 003287734, please? The second email on the page is an email from yourself to Andrew Bolts. I believe he was, we've heard from him, he was a lawyer at Cartwright King. And you say as follows, on another point regarding the case of Bramwell, has the court decided anything regarding the trial date? Also, in light of the Post Office instructing independent experts to look at the Horizon system, would this have any bearing on the case? The reason I ask is that one of the witnesses would like to book some leave, and the date in question is the 13th of August. This is an email in the context of the case of Sefton and Nield, but you're referring to another case, the case of Bramwell, and you're raising the issue of independent experts having been appointed. Is that second sight?
It probably would have been at the time. The Bramwell one is a case that was allocated to the South team, and there was a big change in the South team when most of them left, and I ended up with their cases. I was not involved in any of the interviews or the investigation of the South team ones, but I had to liaise with the solicitors and the courts to follow the due process.
But as at June 2012, you were aware that the Post Office had instructed independent experts to look at the Horizon.
Which is second sight, yes, I think.
And if we scroll up to the response from Mr. Bolts, he says, in the context of this particular case, John is away and he gives you certain weeks, days to avoid, etc. And then he says, my understanding is that the Post Office line remains that the system is a robust one. The defence could presumably raise the issue, but have not done so yet. Do we know when the review is going to conclude, as this could affect the judge's decision to adjourn for this reason? Mr. Bolts is there saying that that is the Post Office's line. That's not particularly reassuring, is it, in terms of the reliability?
Not at all, and he would be more likely to know when the review would conclude rather than myself.
But in terms of the reference to the Post Office line and an email to yourself, did that cause you any concern that it seemed to be a line coming from the Post Office rather than, in fact, the correct position? Yeah,
as I say, that's come from them. I was just at the very end of the Bishop's Road, the Bramwell case, the one underneath London Road, Sunningdale. I was just sort of like a liaison for these. Everything's just sort of go in, and as you say, yes, to me, it shows that Mr. Bolts knew about the issues and should have taken it up accordingly, if he felt.
But it also shows that you were aware of a corporate position, a particular line that's being taken by the Post Office.
He's informed me, but as I say, these are all cases that were well ongoing, and I was just a liaison man to sort out the very end. If the South team hadn't changed, them emails wouldn't have even been on there.
Mr. Bradshaw, you weren't a liaison man. You were the investigator
I wasn't.
charged with investigating
No,
Sefton
no.
and Neild case.
Yeah, correctly for Sefton and Neild.
So at this particular time, you were investigating a particular case in relation to discrepancies on Horizon, and you were aware that there was a post office line that the system is a robust one.
In there, but also, as I said before, about taking it into context, the context of this one was to do with people's, whether it be a private individual, a business, the treasurer of the charity. This was all to do with cash deposits not being credited to that person's account. That's the inquiry I was looking into.
But weren't you also looking into the fact that these people were complaining or concerned, in tears, etc., that they had discrepancies that they couldn't account for?
As I said, there was no tears, but Miss Sefton handed me a note on the morning explaining fully what they had done, how they withheld the gyro slips. They withheld them ones because they were the last, I think, business where they used deposit slips. My inquiry to look into was the non-credit of gyro of people's cash deposits.
We have an audit report that says that it's always been a well-run and welcoming branch. You have the sub-postmistresses, assistants, etc., very concerned about a discrepancy. You have Second Sight carrying out their investigation at this particular time. Did you not think to yourself, maybe I should think about wider problems with the Horizon system?
If they've shown all paperwork is correct, the balance, like there, the balance is correct. They show the surplus of £559, but in reality, it should have been £34,000 short if them deposits had gone through. If it's not reported, it's very difficult to try and find something that isn't there.
But their very case was, we have these discrepancies, we don't know how they're arising, we've had to cover them by delaying those other payments.
That's what they've said in their mitigation of why...
It's not mitigation, though, it's actually
it is.
their account.
No, in there, that inquiry was about the non-credit of deposit slips. That's what I looked into initially. That any losses that they couldn't tell me, I lost money this time, I lost money that time. They did bring up in an interview where it's something to do with a £4,000 loss, but that was something between them and the postmaster some 5 years earlier.
If you were told, as at 2012, that there was a software bug that caused their significant discrepancy in their account, and you had been told by them that they had been trying to cover that up, would you still have prosecuted them?
They were prosecuted for the gyro deposit slips not going in.
And if you were sure that the underlying problem was a bug, error or defect in the Horizon system that caused that discrepancy, would you still have prosecuted them for covering that up?
That's not my decision. That decision would be made by the criminal law team or Cartwright King.
Did you not think that that was something worth investigating?
Not in this inquiry. This inquiry was solely about the non-receipt, the non-credit of people's money being paid into their account, which ultimately caused the charity to have difficulty with their cash flow problems. That's the inquiry I looked at.
Did you not think about looking into the reasons for that discrepancy?
The discrepancy was quite simple. They did not when the customer come in to deposit money, they did not deposit the money. That was the inquiry. Whatever happened before, as I say, to use the word mitigation, they haven't brought up and say this happened on this day. They just said they were covering up losses, but no substantion with it. The inquiry was solely about non-credit of people's money.
You were aware that an important part of their case in the criminal proceedings was that the underlying discrepancy was caused by bugs, errors or defects in Horizon.
That's not in this case. This case was solely that they did not credit somebody's deposit. You as an individual, me as a business or somebody else as a treasurer, they've made the complaint saying I'm paying money into a post office and it's not in my account. That's what was looked into on this occasion.
Can we look, please, at poll 000444036, please? We've seen defence statements in other cases. This is the defence statement in Miss Sefton's case. This is produced by her in defence of the criminal proceedings that were brought against her. Can we please look at paragraph 5? It's on the first page, the bottom of that page, please. 18th of July 2012. She says as follows: the defendant asserts that significant shortages/losses had been a common experience in the past. Losses started to occur from 2005. The defendant had to make good a great deal of those losses out of her own pocket, but as the losses increased, the defendant could not afford to repay them from or her own resources. Over the page, please. If we could scroll down to paragraph 11. The defendant also praised in aid of her defence the fact that the Post Office's computer system, known as Horizon, installed sometime in 2005, has been the subject of criticism in the press. A firm of solicitors in the Midlands, Shoesmiths, are acting on behalf of 100 sub-postmasters who in the past have wrongly been accused of fraud and false accounting and have been compelled by the Post Office to repay significant sums of money or face criminal prosecution, presumably. At the heart of their complaint is the fact that the Horizon computer system is to blame for these apparent losses due to some form of technical malfunction. And they continue down the page, the bottom. They seek details of any complaints made to the Post Office regarding the operation of the Horizon computer system from 2005 onwards, and details of the steps taken to deal with those complaints. Over the page, please, paragraph 4. It is believed that certain members of Parliament have become involved on behalf of their constituents and possibly on behalf of complaining sub-postmasters, generally in connection with the apparent problems arising out of the Horizon computer system. And therefore, disclosure is sought of a list of those MPs. This would be of great assistance in enabling the defendant, through her solicitor, to contact them and obtain further information as to the present state of play in the investigation of those complaints by senior officials in the Post Office. I'm going to take you now to Ms Neild's defence statement. That is at poll 000444042. At the bottom of this first page, Ms Neild says as follows: the defendant accepts that the losses were shown on the Horizon computer system from 2005. The defendant does not know how the losses were incurred. The defendant now believes that such losses may have shown as a result of failures in the Horizon computer system. If we scroll over the page, there's a request for disclosure. The defendant requests disclosure of the following and see details of complaints and investigations into the Horizon computer system. Could we please turn to poll 000583300? And it's page 8, please, that I'd like to look at. Is it fair to say that from those defence statements that we've seen, the Horizon system, the reliability of the Horizon system, was front and centre of their defence?
That's what they're indicating. But however, they weren't having permanent shortages because the audit showed a surplus. And as I've explained, this inquiry concerned the non-credit of deposit slips. That's the initial inquiry, what we were looking at.
So you didn't think that it was necessary to look beyond your case and look at their defence and look at the allegations they had made about the Horizon system and provide them with disclosure as to issues with the Horizon system?
I can't explain it any other way. The inquiry was about the non-credit of people's cash deposits. The other is a second issue of why they committed that offence.
And for you, that didn't matter?
I'm there to gather the evidence and pass it to the solicitors. They still committed the offence. Well, Miss Sefton gave me a note explaining fully what they'd done, why they'd done it.
Did you consider it necessary to pursue reasonable lines of inquiry in respect of a defence case that somebody had raised?
The inquiry concerned the non-credited thing, and every line of inquiry was done regarding somebody not being credited with the cash that should have been deposited some weeks or months earlier.
And no lines of inquiry went to the reliability of the Horizon system?
The Horizon system is another issue.
Well, it's the central issue in their defence statement. That's why I'm asking.
But again, they're saying they've had that, but they still committed that offence of not crediting the gyros.
And for you, the reasons for the discrepancy was simply irrelevant.
No, not at all. They say it's losses, but it's very difficult to try and find the losses. They make the paperwork and the accounts look correct, as shown with the audit on the day. That was £550 surplus.
One of the aspects, one of the things that people will think about when they're deciding whether to charge somebody with a criminal offence is the public interest in pursuing that charge. Do you think the reliability of the underlying system that causes a discrepancy of a significant value, do you think that is important for considering the public interest in pursuing a criminal allegation?
The public interest in this case is that charity did not get credited with nearly £35,000 of people's money that they've donated to it.
And you can close your eyes entirely to the reason for that.
That's their rationale, but it doesn't affect that inquiry of the charity not being credited with £35,000 over a period of time.
Did you see any burden on yourself as the investigator to pursue those lines that had been raised by the defence in that case?
As I said, that's mitigation. They said they've committed that offence because they were having losses, but because they never said I had a loss at this day, because they're making the paperwork correct.
If they were making the paperwork correct because a significant discrepancy had been caused by the Horizon system that the Post Office had put into their offices, would you still have pursued a criminal prosecution?
That's on the advice of Cartwright King. The inquiry was done based on gyro deposits from people, members of the public, donating to a charity, not being credited to that charity. That's the line Cartwright King had taken.
You were the investigator in the case. You must have had a view. Did you have a view? If, for example, it could be shown that there was a significant discrepancy in that branch caused by the Horizon system, would you not have offered a view as to whether it's in the public interest to prosecute that case?
I've explained. In this case, the public interest is the people not getting their funds, what they've given to the charity, credited to the charity. Can't say anything further. That's another. That's their mitigation, as I keep using. That they were having losses, but I'm unable to try and find what the losses were. They couldn't tell us I had a loss on this day, that day.
So the cause of a discrepancy would not feature in the assessment as to the public interest in prosecuting a case.
As previously explained to you, everything has to be taken into context.
Can we look at page 8 of this document that we're currently on, please? It's a letter from Cartwright King to Miss Neild's solicitors. If we scroll down, please. Disclosure of prosecution material under Section 7 of the Criminal Procedure and Investigations Act. I have considered your defence statement dated the 9th of August 2012. Under Section 7, I am required to disclose to you any prosecution material which has not previously been disclosed and which might reasonably be expected to assist your defence as described in your statement. On the basis of the defence statement that you have provided, I have not identified any further prosecution material which is disclosable to you in accordance with the CPIA. Over the page, it says as follows: your client is charged with false accounting by failing to make entries onto the Horizon system regarding the deposit slips found, and thus the offence has occurred outside of the system. Material relating to the Horizon system is therefore not deemed disclosable at this time. Was that something that you therefore agreed with?
That's, as I said, the lawyers are the ones that do all disclosure. Whether I agree or disagree with, that's the lawyers doing sort of that. My understanding and my way would be that whatever you have, you disclose. That's up to the lawyers.
Did you, as at the date of this letter, pass on to the lawyers any concerns that you had about the reliability of the Horizon system?
I would say no, because the lawyers would know of any concerns that are involved in the Horizon system.
we'll see that in Ms Neild's case, the solicitors pushed further and they made an application for disclosure. Can we please see poll 000444041, please? Thank you. If we could scroll down, it sets out the application. It says, the defendant has sought and been refused disclosure of the following: details of complaints and investigations into the Horizon computer system, access to the system used by the defendant. If we scroll over the page again, onto page 3, please. There are submissions within this application. Paragraph 15 and 16 and 17. It's submitted that material which suggests that the Horizon system has accounting faults is therefore relevant to and of potential assistance to the defence for the reasons outlined at paragraphs 12 to 14 above. It is submitted that access to the Horizon system by a defence forensic accountant is necessary. Furthermore, if a forensic examination of the Horizon system used by this defendant reveals that the losses were incurred as a result of computer error, it may be that the prosecution review the decision that pursuance of this case is in the public interest. And that's the point that I was making before, that might it not be relevant to the public interest as to whether there was a problem with the Horizon system.
And I fully accept what you say, but also the public interest is you have a charity where donations have been given and they have not received them over a period of weeks or months, which caused cash flow problems for that charity. The charity made the complaint, and that's why an inquiry was raised.
Might there be a number of different public interests to take into account?
No doubtedly there would be, depending on which person of the public is looking at it. People who give readily to charities and whatever would probably find it that maybe they should be prosecuted because their hard-earned money is going over and not being credited to the charity. Other people may take your view.
You're the prosecution authority in this particular case. Did you not think it worthwhile casting your mind to that particular public interest?
I am not the prosecution authority. I gathered all the information and passed it to the lawyers. They decide whether a prosecution ensues, not me.
Can we please bring up onto screen your witness statement again, WITN 044501000, and it's page 12, paragraphs 42 to 44. This is what you've said in relation to this case. I've been asked to set out my recollections of these proceedings and been referred to a number of documents. This inquiry concerning suppression of deposit dockets was assigned to me. On the date of the audit, the letter was handed over, which had been jointly prepared by Ms Sefton, Ms Neild, stating they had been withholding customer deposit slips. The slips had been kept in a cupboard behind the counter. There were no concerns. The investigation was conducted in a professional manner at all times. I have no other reflections about this matter. In light of our discussion just now, do you have anything that you would like to reflect on in this particular case?
Concerning that inquiry, as I have explained, it sets about, as it says in there, the suppression of cash deposit slips. I can't say no further than that. That's what the inquiry was about.
So are we to take it that you have no further reflections about this matter?
If you wish to take it that way, yes.
Going to move on to the case of Grant Allen. Can we please look at RLIT 0000039, please? Thank you very much. We're back to the Court of Appeal. This is another appeal. We've got Grant Allen named on the front of this particular, if we scroll down, sorry, thank you. Could we please turn to page 4, and I will briefly read from the judgment in his case. I think you were the lead investigator in Grant Allen's case, is that
Correct.
right? Paragraph 16, please. We have there, Mr. Allen pleaded guilty to a single count of fraud. The particulars of the count were that he falsely represented that his branch had more cash on the premises than was actually the case, resulting in a shortfall of £11,000. He pleaded guilty on the basis, accepted by the Post Office, that he could not account for the loss, but admitted covering it up. If we go over the page, please, to paragraph 18. Thank you. It describes his account. It says he gave a detailed description of his financial difficulties, which had been caused in the main by the relocation and refitting of his branch. He described inexplicable small losses, as well as some large losses, which have been attributed to one member of staff. He denied that he had stolen any money. He expressed a willingness to repay the loss, but disputed that the sums represented actual loss to the Post Office and maintained that they had been caused by issues with the system. A number of logs retained by the Post Office demonstrate that he reported the relocation problems and his concerns about faults with Horizon. During the course of criminal proceedings on the 2nd of November 2012, his solicitors requested disclosure of an independent review of the Horizon system, believed to be the second site report. The Post Office's agents, Cartwright King, responded by indicating the review was still pending. Cartwright King stated that on receipt of the report, the Post Office would consider their continuing duty of disclosure and provide a copy if appropriate. Paragraph 21 says, the Post Office served a witness statement from Gareth Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins stated that he had been shown extracts from Horizon reports from which he had concluded that there were communication difficulties with Horizon. He stated that, provided all operational processes were properly followed, no data should be lost. Mr. Jenkins made clear that he had not seen detailed logs to see whether Horizon could be responsible for the losses at Mr. Allen's branch. He concluded that Horizon will accurately record all data that is submitted to it and correctly account for it. Correspondence between Cartwright King and Mr. Jenkins indicates that Cartwright King instructed Mr. Jenkins not to analyse the detailed logs in order to avoid incurring additional costs. In paragraph 23, it says, none of the evidence that is now available suggests that the Post Office made any disclosure relating to Horizon reliability or that it provided Mr. Allen with branch data. The evidence to prove the existence of a shortfall was wholly dependent on Horizon reliability. And over the page, in these circumstances, the Post Office accepts that the prosecution was both unfair and an affront to justice. Can we now look at the offender report? It's POL 000894464, please. Am I right to say that this report was written by yourself?
Yes.
Yes. Looking at the final page, it's dated the 1st of May 2012. Can we please go to page 2? And it says there, an audit was undertaken at the branch on Thursday, the 2nd of February 2012, and conducted by Richard Cross, Field Support Advisor of the Network Support Field Team. Mr. Cross was accompanied by his colleagues, Rob Lyon, Jane Timms, Paul Hayhurst, and Tim Gordon-Pounder. The purpose of the audit was to verify the assets due to the Post Office and confirm compliance, etc. We have there 5 names of individuals. Again, is it your evidence that it's not unusual for a large number of people from the Post Office to attend individual post offices?
For an audit, it depends on the size of the branch. So there's some branches that may only have 1, some 3.
Does it strike you as unusual to have 5 people attending?
As I say, it's about the size of the branch, and that will be done by the audit team. They will take into account the amount of stock, cash and stock, that's in the branch, and they will put the number of people accordingly to get it done as quickly as possible.
Could we please turn to page 4? And it sets out there a summary of the account in interview. I'm going to briefly read from that. It says, Mr. Allen said that they relocated in March 2010 and the cost of the refurbishment and other costs amounted to £100,000. He further said that during the first 4 weeks after the move, the branch was not running at full capacity, as the works carried out by Romec were not up to standard and a number of terminals had been wired incorrectly. Mr. Allen said that between the period of November 2009 and March 2010, he had to make good losses in the region of £1,400, and this amount can be seen in his business accounts. Mr. Allen explained that during the period of March 2010 and April 2010, there was a discrepancy in the accounts of £3,000. He said that he had checked all the paperwork but could find no explanation for this discrepancy. He then made admissions that this £3,000 was never made good and had been rolled over from each branch trading period to the next until the audit took place in February 2012. Mr. Allen's explanation for this discrepancy was that due to the relocation of the branch, the Horizon system was not communicating, i.e. polling, and the data on the Horizon system was not being sent. Can we turn to page 8, please? We then have your analysis. It says, post-interview, the non-polled report for the Horizon system was requested after the branch relocated. The report shows that an engineer attended. The engineer completed a base unit build and BT fixed a fault. It has a copy. A telephone call was also made to the branch confirmation team, and they report that they had not been contacted in relation to any £3,000 discrepancy. The call logs were also requested from the National Business Support Centre for the period. No calls are listed in connection with any discrepancies at the branch. Now, there's no reference there to the Horizon System Help Desk. If somebody had a software issue, or in this case a polling issue, so possibly a connectivity issue, we've heard evidence that it is the Horizon System Help Desk that you should be calling, not the MBSC.
My understanding at this time, when Mr. Allen relocated, there was issues with building the base units. Well, it's something to do, I think it's something like, the wires that you DSL, what you link, like your telephone wires. But there is a property project manager who would oversee all that. By the time it was done and he was up and running and working, my understanding that everything was working correctly.
That was your understanding?
That's my understanding.
And now you're carrying out an investigation into a very serious matter, and you have requested from the MBSC certain call logs. Did you think about requesting call logs from Fujitsu?
As I said earlier, at that time, that's when my understanding was that you'd request the call logs and you get them all. But again, in there's been no calls to report any discrepancies on Mr. Allen's own admissions.
And in terms of software problems or hardware problems, the MBSC wasn't the correct hotline to call. Are you saying that you weren't aware of the difference between the two at that time?
At that time, I don't think I was, between the call logs, one or the other. Eventually, as discussed previously, that we knew that Horizon call logs come from Fujitsu and called another way.
Thank you. Can we please look at poll 000893880? This is an email from yourself to Andrew Boltz, dated the 12th of December 2012. Sorry, if we could actually start on page 3. Bottom of page 2 onto page 3. It's an email from Andrew Boltz to you. If we could scroll down a little bit more. Thank you. This is to Gareth Jenkins, and he says, Dear Gareth, I've just spoken to the solicitor for Grant Allen. It's about a relisting. He says, I attach an extract from Mr. Allen's interview. As in the case summary I sent you, he's trying to suggest that an initial loss of £3,000 is attributable to lost data which had not reached head office because of installation problems. Are you able to comment on this scenario at all? Ultimately, we would need to discredit this as an explanation that holds any water. He denies stealing subsequent losses, and therefore any implication may be seeking to blame the system for those losses as well. Do you think that it was appropriate for Mr. Bolts to email Mr. Jenkins to say that ultimately we would need to discredit the defendant's allegation?
You know, whether my opinion says right or wrong, you know, in this way, that's Mr. Bolts' way of speaking to Mr. Jenkins. At that time, I only got sight of all this when it's finally come to me at the top end of the email.
Yeah, so it's an email chain that you received the entire chain.
Yeah, I'm right at the end of the email chain.
Let's look at the one email above that to begin with. A response from Gareth Jenkins to Mr. Bolts. And he says as follows: I think I understand what he is claiming. However, where there are comms problems, it's normal to recover any missing data once the comms are sorted out. So this shouldn't be a reason for a loss. Also, there are processes in place to retrieve outstanding data where there are extended comms issues lasting more than 7 days. He says, I could just make a general statement relating to that, or if we retrieve data from the time, I could check out exactly what happened in this case. He continues, I've checked with Penny, I think that's Penny Thomas.
I think so, yes.
In our prosecution support team, and Post Office Limited have not requested any audit data relating to this case. She's checked back as far as April 2010. Nor have we been asked about help desk calls, which would probably have occurred if there were comms issues. Is it worth asking Post Office Limited to request such data for me to examine before putting together a specific statement for this, or is a simple generic one sufficient? Just pausing there, is this the email that caused you to think about the differences between the MBSC?
I can't say for certain, whether it's just been a conversation with other members of the team. You suddenly find when you were asking for call logs, and you go for you know, where's my Horizon logs? What's this? And then you find you have to go a different way. And when we requested Horizon call logs, it always went via the casework team of the security team.
It continues, note that the data retrieval is part of the standard service that Fujitsu provides to Post Office Limited, but any time I spend examining the data, say a couple of days, would be chargeable to Post Office Limited, and so there are commercial considerations for you or Post Office Limited to consider. As we're nearing the Christmas break, I cannot commit to doing any such analysis before the new year. Were you aware of commercial considerations and concerns about having to spend money on Fujitsu's assistance?
There's always been commercial concerns, because I think part of the contract was you got so many, when you're requesting the ARQ data, there were so many sorts of like free ones anymore. So you would look at what data is required, because sometimes you might get a blanket, I want 5 years worth. And you have to look at the consideration of that. However, if it's required for the case, the cost does not come into it. If it's needed, it should be applied for.
If we scroll up, we then see a response. Mr. Bolt says as follows. He says, thank you for considering the position so promptly. I can now confirm that the case has been put back. I would appreciate if you could add your general comments at this stage regarding the safeguards in place for comms problems to your statement, and send this to me as before, and I will refer back to the Post Office to consider whether we go on to request the retrieval of data for your further analysis. I say so on the assumption that the data is available for 7 years. An idea of what 2 days analysis would cost would assist in that decision. Just pausing there, why would the cost assist in the decision as to whether to seek the data or not?
I can't say for that. That's between. I'm not subject to the party to all this about costs backwards and forwards. That would be solely between them.
I mean, Mr. Bolts would have, of course, had to have taken instructions from the Post Office.
From the Post Office, not from me.
Who would provide him with instructions on
Probably
costs?
whether it be the casework team, someone. It wouldn't be taken from me.
He then says, with regard to help desk calls, I also assume that this information available freely to the Post Office, and therefore would request that inquiry is carried out. I attached the Horizon non-polling report obtained by the investigator in this case previously. Could we scroll up to the very top of this chain, please? Mr. Bolts emails you and says, please see the attached report from Gareth regarding this case, which I propose to serve on the defence. I had asked him to look at the non-polling issue raised in Mr. Allen's interview, and I believe that he has dealt with it adequately for our purposes. Gareth tells me that it is in fact possible for him to retrieve the actual data from this time to see what actually occurred at this branch, and that the retrieval of the data is free to the post office. However, he estimates that it will take approximately 2.5 days for him to look at it and analyse what it means, and this would be chargeable to the post office at £2,500 approximately. I've told him that at present we do not wish to pursue this option unless it became unavoidable. Can you let me know your thoughts before I get him to sign it off? This is an email to you from Mr. Bolts, just the two of you involved in this. Why, if you're not responsible for making decisions about the cost of retrieval, is he asking you whether to pursue that route?
I don't really know, but in the case for this email, it would either be replied to via an email back to him or a telephone call. But as I said, if it's required, that the data is required, 2,500, while it sounds a lot, in the greater scheme of things, it isn't. And if it's required, do you have to go ahead with it? It's almost.
And was that your answer to Mr. Bolts, that if it's required, it's required, I don't care about the cost?
Basically, that's my stance on it. It's as if he's trying to put it on me to sort of say, oh, it's too dear, don't bother with it. But my stance is, if it's required for any inquiry or prosecution, you have to get it.
And it's your evidence that you clearly communicated that to Mr. Bolts?
Yeah, because if I've been asked to do something, you know, I don't know how the communication's gone back, whether it's been an email or a telephone call, but I would have answered them. I do not let things just go off as if it's going to be buried away. I will have answered them.
Can we look at poll 000898380, please? This is the response to this particular issue from Mr. Bolts to Mr. Jenkins. Sorry, it's FUJ 00153884. He says, Dear Gareth, the investigator is happy with the report as it stands. Please could you proceed as before? So absolutely no questioning there that further investigations, further data was going to be obtained. It implies that you, the investigator, was happy as it stands.
I can't explain how he said that. As I said, it indicates that I have spoken to him about it, but whatever the conversation is, I can't say at this time.
Well,
it's whether it's, you know, whether it's me towards him or him towards me. So I think he's made the decision in the end. My stance would always be that if it's required, irrespective of the cost.
but why isn't that reflected in this email?
I can't speak for Mr. Bolts. I don't know.
He says the investigator is happy. You were the investigator. It says the investigator is happy with the report as it stands.
And that probably it could well be based on whatever he's explained to me.
Mr. Bolts has given evidence to this inquiry. His suggestion, in fact, was that the investigator, the words the investigator, was essentially in speech marks because he didn't think that you were much of an investigator.
Well, that's Mr. Bolts' opinion.
What are your views on his opinion?
Well, I could say the same about Mr. Bolts, but I'm not going down that line. That is the thing. That's Mr. Bolts. If he wants to say that, that's fine.
You say you can say the same about Mr. Bolts. What
Yeah.
was your opinion of Mr. Bolts and his ability?
Mr. Bolts was a lawyer for Cartwright King.
And what was your view?
I'm not prepared to get into somebody's character.
Well, their abilities to carry out, for example, effective inquiries and effective prosecution is important in the context of this inquiry. So we would be grateful for your views on Mr. Boltz and his ability to carry out the job that he was tasked with.
Mr. Boltz works for Cartwright King, that's all I'm prepared to say on it.
That's not really an answer as to his abilities.
As I say, there was no other issues with any of the solicitors on my work effort from any other solicitor within Cartwright King, so it can only be Mr. Boltz's opinion.
Who was in charge of deciding whether to retrieve audit data?
It would come as a request. Sometimes you may do it to identify something.
Who do you see as being ultimately responsible for requesting the underlying audit data in this case?
It depends on the inquiry. When you're looking at the inquiry of sort of to try and establish something, you may order the ARQ data via the casework team, or you may be requested from the solicitors as the defence require the ARQ data. It's a two-way street. It could be either party.
In this particular case, who do you see as having responsibility for taking the decision as to whether the data was requested or not?
Well, without the file, I can't say for certain whether the data was ordered or not.
Well, the email there is very clearly, Mr. Jenkins said, I can carry out more of an investigation. The decision has been taken not to carry out that further investigation.
And that's what the email implies, but I will have discussed that with Mr. Boltz.
And who is responsible for the ultimate decision?
Mr. Boltz. He's the one putting the evidence together for the defence, for answers for the defence.
Can we please look at poll 000893881, please? This is the statement from Gareth Jenkins that was put forward in that case. I'm going to read to you from the first paragraph. It says, I am Gareth Idris Jenkins. I am employed by Fujitsu Services Limited, who have been contacted by Post Office Limited to provide the Horizon systems operating in post offices around the country. However, I understand that my role is to assist the court rather than to represent the views of my employers or Post Office Limited. If we go over the page, please, I'm going to read some of that statement. He says, I've been asked to provide a statement in the case of Grant Allen. I understand that the integrity of the system has been questioned, and this report provides some general information regarding the integrity of Horizon. I note that in the summary of facts, it is stated that during the period of relocation in March 2010, that Mr. Allen believed that a £3,000 discrepancy was due to Horizon not sending out data, non-polling. I have been shown extracts from the Horizon non-polled reports for the period the 8th to the 17th of March, which shows that the Winsford branch was included in the report for 12 days up to and including the 17th of March. This in itself is unusual, as if a branch appears on the non-polled report for more than a few days, an attempt is made to retrieve the data by other means before day 10. I have no knowledge as to whether this occurred in this case or not. This confirms the fact that there were indeed communications issues between Horizon and the data centre at this time. However, it should have had no impact on data recorded locally within the branch, provided all operational processes are followed correctly. Also, once communications were restored, all historical data should have been sent from the branch back to the data centre as normal. I have not had an opportunity to examine the detailed logs from the period to see whether there were any issues and any justification in the claim that this resulted in apparent system losses of £3,000 as claimed. Now, those final words in that final sentence, I have not had the opportunity to examine the detailed logs. Do you consider that to be a fair and accurate statement of the position that we've seen from those emails?
It looks that way, and that goes back by the previous document you showed, that whoever made the decision has come to not to ask Mr. Jenkins to look at it. But my stance still stays the same, that if money is required to sort something out, it's paid.
Do you think it's important to have a fair and accurate witness statement produced in criminal proceedings?
Of course it is.
And is your view that Mr. Jenkins didn't have the opportunity to examine the detailed logs? Do you think that's a fair and accurate description?
Based on the email from Mr. Bolts, yes.
It is a fair description.
Based on the first email, Mr. Jenkins should have been given the opportunity, if it was required, to examine further data.
Because there was the opportunity present, it just wasn't taken up.
Based on the email, yes, you're correct.
Can we please look at the very final page of this witness statement? He ends the statement by saying, "I've been involved personally in a number of challenges to the integrity of the original Horizon system and produced witness statements for a number of cases where the integrity has been challenged. I'm not aware of any cases where the integrity of Horizon Online has yet been successfully challenged in court." Just pausing there, that's very similar to the wording of your statement that we looked at the very beginning of today in terms of not being aware of any successful challenges in court. Were you or anybody in your team involved in the drafting of this witness statement?
No, not at all.
The main challenges in the cases where I've been involved were presented as hypothetical issues, and my previous witness statements went through each of these hypotheses and showed that there was no specific evidence for any of them in the data presented. In summary, I would conclude by saying that I fully believe that Horizon will accurately record all data that is submitted to it and correctly account for it. However, I cannot compensate for any data that is incorrectly input into it as a result of human error, lack of training, or fraud, and nor can any other system. Can we please turn to POL 0008965, please? This is your post-conviction report. I think you drafted this report.
It's what's known as the final report. It's trying to summarise fully what had happened in the court.
Thank you. If we scroll down, it explains that Mr. Allen had previously indicated that he would be willing to plead guilty on the basis that he cannot account for the loss, but admits covering it up. And it says that Jarnail Singh considered that to be an acceptable plea. We then scroll down to the bottom, and it says no costs or compensation was ordered as the defendant was due to declare himself bankrupt. There is a loss of £11,705 to Post Office Limited, and the civil route should be considered to recover the outstanding amount. Having not considered the underlying data in this particular case, how could you be satisfied that there was an actual loss of £11,705?
That, again, without going through all that data, at the time, that's what it's done. And that last sort of paragraph, normally the judge, when someone up would sort of, when you're asked for costs, would normally say any outstanding thing to be done by the civil route. So Mr. Allen admitted there was a shortfall. Where the part in question is where the loss come from. But he admitted it because he told the auditors right at the beginning it's going to be £10,000 out, and that's where that's come from.
And the basis of his plea, as we've just seen, was that he couldn't account for the loss, but he admits covering it up. So his admission was, I covered it up, I don't know how it happened. How could you be satisfied that, in fact, that money had been lost and wasn't just simply a paper loss?
At the time, we were told, as you've said on numerous occasions, while he was for the Horizon, we're told, as Mr. Jenkins said in his statement, that the system is okay. 100% you couldn't, based on certainly what's known now, and sort of thing, that it's a paper loss. But also, whatever cash is in the post office would still always be there.
I'm going to move on to the case of Noel Thomas, please. And that can be found at POL 00113278. And we're looking at paragraphs 149 to 155. I'm afraid I don't have the page number. I think Mr. Thomas's case, I think you assisted Diane Matthews in that investigation.
Correct.
I'll read briefly from the Court of Appeal's judgment. They say Hughie Thomas worked as a postman between 1965 and 1992. He became a sub-postmaster in 1994. On the 29th of September 2006, he pleaded guilty to 1 count of false accounting. Mr. Thomas's written basis of plea stated that no blame was attached to Horizon and that he accepted there was a shortage which he was contractually obliged to make good, but he did not know how it had come about. The Post Office accepts that this was an unexplained shortfall case and that evidence from Horizon was essential to Mr. Thomas's case. Mr. Thomas has stated that he was having problems with Horizon. In particular, his online banking reports showed several transactions with a nil amount. These were occasions when he paid money to a customer, but the system did not record the value of that transaction. This led to losses, so he altered the cash-on-hand figures in order to balance the accounts. In his interview under caution, Mr. Thomas said that the alleged loss was due to mistakes on Horizon and that he did not understand the system. He had made 13 calls to the Horizon help desk. It says, although some ARQ, that's Fujitsu audit data, was obtained, it was a dip sample and it was only checked for evidence of 0 transactions. The data was not checked for bugs, errors or defects or for evidence of theft. The prosecution produced a witness statement from Mr. Jenkins explaining that the Horizon system and producing some ARQ data. Mr. Jenkins produced 3 schedules from that data to explain the 0 transactions were normal occurrences. The next paragraph, paragraph 152, they say, these factors are sufficient for the court to quash Mr. Thomas's conviction on both grounds 1 and 2. We were, however, presented with further information which bolsters our conclusion that Mr. Thomas's prosecution should not have been brought and which forms the basis of the Post Office's concession under ground 2. An attendance note written by a Post Office prosecution lawyer on the case recorded a conversation with an external solicitor. The note is dated 25th of September 2006, 4 days before Mr. Thomas entered his plea at the Crown Court on the basis that Horizon was not to blame for the shortage. It records, we discussed whether he should plead guilty to false accounting. I mentioned instructions that we would proceed with false accounting provided the defendant accepts that the Horizon system was working perfectly. Further instructions are that some money should be repaid and could inform Jack that some agreements should be reached taking into account the above instructions. As the Post Office accepts, there was no justification for imposing such a condition before accepting Mr. Thomas's plea. And then it continues on paragraph 155. In our judgment, these additional factors are themselves bound to bring the justice system into disrepute, providing further strong reasons to allow the appeal under ground 2. Was it, in your experience, unusual for the Post Office to offer a plea on the basis that the defendant had to accept that the Horizon system was working perfectly?
I believe it has happened in this case as well, but normally the prosecution and defence barristers normally speak to one another. Normally when you might have the 2 charges, basically always theft or false accounting, and you may get the answer they're willing to plead to false accounting, not to theft, and instructions will be taken from the Post Office solicitors and it's accepted. But I think that's the angle they went down round about that time with the issues regarding Horizon.
In your experience, were there circumstances where the Post Office, in order to accept a plea, said that the defendant had to accept that the Horizon system was working?
As I said, I believe it has happened.
And has it happened in a case that you were involved in?
I can't say for definite that it has, sort of thing. But on Mr. Thomas's, during his interview, he did say he didn't like the Horizon system because he kept getting error notices, which indicated he was actually making the error rather than it being the system. And that could be a reason why they may have gone down that line.
Can we please look at poll 000179903? This is a different case of Catherine Jane McHugh. Were you the officer in that case?
Correct.
You're named, I think, as disclosure officer on the schedule. I think you were the interviewing officer as well in that
Yes.
particular case. I'm going to read from this memo. Memo has your name at the top, sent to you by the principal lawyer. It says the above case was heard in Carlisle Crown Court when the matter was listed for trial. Prior to the case being called on, there was some discussions between all parties with a view to establishing whether or not the pleas offered by the defence would be acceptable. An indication was given that a plea to count 2 fraud might be acceptable so long as the defendant stipulated in her basis of plea that there was nothing wrong with Horizon and that she was responsible for the loss and recognised the confiscation would be sought should the loss not be repaid. In the afternoon, the matter was called on and the indictment was put again to the defendant. She pleaded guilty to the charge of fraud, accepting that there was nothing wrong with Horizon and that she was responsible for the loss. Now, just pausing there, there's nothing there suggesting that this came from the defence. This is, I mean, it seems clear, doesn't it, from this memo that it was...
It looks that way, but again, at the time, the defence and the prosecution would be talking. It's one part of, it's not the full story, so to say, of what's happening on the day in court.
And do you think it's appropriate for the Post Office to say to a defendant that we might accept the second count on the indictment as long as the defendant, in their basis of plea, recognises that there's nothing wrong with Horizon?
It may well be taken because of whatever was said during the interview, and I believe...
Just answer Mr. Blake's question.
I'm trying to, Mr. Williams.
But it's a simple question. Yeah. Is it appropriate for someone representing the Post Office to say, we will accept you a plea, but only if you don't blame Horizon?
Probably not.
Thank you.
And this was the case where you were the investigator and the officer in the case.
And as I was trying to explain, there was also a defence expert that they put in, and that would have been part of the discussion within the court as well, whatever the defence expert case has said.
It may have been something that was accepted,
Yes.
but I think your evidence is you accept that it would not be appropriate for the Post Office to make that condition in the first place.
And certainly with today's knowledge, no.
With today, well, what about the knowledge you had then? I mean, that 2011...
As I said earlier, that's the way some of the cases were going, that because of whether the instructions come from the solicitors, and that's why, because that's true.
Whose idea was it? We've seen it now in 2 cases at least.
Yeah,
So
mine.
Noel Thomas, we have it in Miss McHugh's
It wasn't
case.
mine. Noel Thomas, I was the second officer, so I had very little before and afterwards dealing with Mr. Thomas, so that's done by the other officer, and this is what's coming out from our solicitors.
Lawyers obtain instructions from their client on the whole. Was the Post Office providing instructions to the lawyers in this respect? Where was this coming from?
As explained, the investigator would put all the papers together and send it sort of off to the lawyers. The lawyers made the bulk of every decision. That would sort of come back to us. We wouldn't say, oh yeah, we'll have the play as long as they say this or say that. That would be decided at an higher level than me, and that's where it comes from, whether it's Mr. Singh in charge or any of the other lawyers.
Can we look at poll 000136661, please? This is Ms. McHugh's interview. You were, in fact, the interviewing officer, so at that stage you were the main officer, is that right?
The inquiry was assigned to me, yes.
Yes. If we scroll down, she didn't have a lawyer present, but she had, I think, a friend from the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters. Could we go over the page, please? It says, Mrs. McHugh was asked to explain... Sorry, I've just lost it now. Was asked to explain further the losses at the branch, as she had only been inflating the cash to cover the losses since August 2008. Ms. McHugh said that she had losses at the time. She did not know what was causing the losses. It says, I haven't taken it as far as I'm concerned. I don't think the staff have. Mrs. McHugh had kept the losses to herself and not informed staff. She thought they were errors and would come back. If we scroll down, it says, Mrs. McHugh said she had not felt 100% with the Horizon system. You were aware at the time that central to her defence was the Horizon system, issues with the Horizon system?
Yes.
Yes. And did that impact in any way on your thinking about whether it was appropriate or not to ensure that any plea was on a basis that the Horizon system was working perfectly?
Of course it does, and as I say, I reported the facts of the interview and then inquiries made to the criminal law team.
Could we look at poll 00141225, please? Thank you. Could we scroll down to page 5, please? If we could scroll down to the bottom email, we have an email from Andrew Daly to a number of people, including yourself. And if we keep on scrolling down, it relates to duplication of transaction records in the Fujitsu audit ARQ returns. And can you see there that there is an email about concerns that there may be duplication of transaction records in certain ARQ returns? And if we scroll down over the page, we have the Rinkfield post office, which is Miss McHugh's post office. This was the year before the plea was accepted on the basis that there was nothing wrong with Horizon. Do you recall being informed that there might be issues with the duplication of transactions?
If it's in there, but I'm sure that the ARQ data was obtained for Rinkfield.
Yes, and the issue here is where it is obtained, there may be a problem with the actual data itself.
But the data would have been looked at to see whether these are duplicate data in there, because the transaction would show the same. You would have two perfectly sort of, say, a cash withdrawal with the same number and the same number at the same time.
And knowing this is 2010, so quite a bit of time before that plea was accepted, knowing that these kinds of issues can arise even with audit data, in her case and in Noel Thomas's case, do you think that it was appropriate for the Post Office to be insisting on conditional pleas on the basis that there was nothing wrong with the system?
Probably not, no.
So I have, I'd say, about 15 more minutes of questions before we move on to questions from call participants. We usually have an afternoon break at around this time.
Yeah. And can I get some idea of the participation of the co-participants, if I can put it in that way? Mr. Steen, are you going to ask some questions, or Mr. Jacobs?
Sir, it will be me today. I think probably 10 minutes.
All right, that's fine. Mr. The pillar is intervening.
Same, sir.
Same. Mr. Henry or Ms. Page?
15 minutes.
Right, okay. Good. Well, on anyone else, I should say, I've looked at the...
I think
Right, thank
Mr.
you.
No.
So that's, on my calculation, 35 minutes?
Yes.
And what's the time now?
It's now 3:20.
So we will have a 10-minute break, and then I will hold each of you to your time estimates. So you first, 15 minutes, Mr. Blake, then Mr. Jacobs 10, then 10 for you, and 15 for Mr. Henry. And that will be it.
In fact, it was agreed between the parties that I would go first on this occasion.
Well, that's even more reason to hold you to 15 then, isn't it, Mr. Henry? Jolly good. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, I'm going to move on from the case studies and look at some contemporaneous complaints that were made by some sub-postmasters. Can we please look at poll 00108851, please? And it's page 52. This is a letter to yourself that was ultimately exhibited in a county court case of Asfar Saeed. Do you recall?
I recall the name.
If we could please look at if we could scroll down. So it's for your attention, dear Mr. Bradshaw, and Mr. Saeed has produced what's his called a record of investigation. And if we scroll down, it is essentially a complaint from him. And if we scroll down further, we see he says, the document investigation is a document of history of events and chain of activities carried out and conducted by the investigators known as Mr. Steve Bradshaw. He doesn't know the name of the person from Royal Mail. And over the page it says Miss Diane, presumably that's Diane Matthews. Or was there another Diane who you worked with?
It's probably Diane Matthews.
He says, this document is based on unpleasant experience, inappropriate exercise and improper conduct of practice, unbearable attitude, harassment and victimization, bully faced by Mr. Saeed and the family during the unfair and undue suspension and investigation process. Could we turn over to page 57, which is where the substance of the allegation is? It's the second half of the page. He says, I entered into the house. Mr. Bradshaw, with one of his lady colleagues called Diane, was waiting for me. Steve Bradshaw stood up, shook the hands. Mr. Bradshaw showed me his identity, offered for them to be seated. He pulled out some forms from a file he had and asked me to sign. The forms were not ordinary, they were legal forms, consent to search my house. Mr. Bradshaw told me they came to search my house, whether I stashed money, post office paperwork, or financial documents. I was astonished and very unhappy and reluctant. Mr. Bradshaw threatened me if I do not consent, they'll call the police who arrest DNA, detained me and ruined my house by digging and lifting floorboards. I entered the house. Mr. Bradshaw, with one of his lady colleagues called Diane, was waiting for... I was confused, lost, and very disappointed. However, consent. In the meantime, Mr. Bradshaw called his third colleague waiting outside in the car. I let them to carry out the search. My house, my car was fully searched. I think that says, in fact, I assist. And the areas where even they didn't want to, after an hour and 15 minutes search, nothing was found. Some financial details of my bank accounts were noted. If we go over the page, please, towards the bottom of the next page. He says, because the discrepancy would not exist physically, no cash was over or short, so both were left unresolved, transfer into local suspense. I represent the training book. He says, since then, Chesterfield Helpline and trainer were notified and involved to clear the discrepancy error, and the process was arranged by the training department, etc. Over the page, he says, after detailed dialogue and analysis, some documents prepared by Mr. Steve, I think that's a reference to yourself, the discrepancy was found quite unrealistic and absolutely unnatural. He says, during the interview, Mr. Bradshaw stressed, shouted, and tried to put words into my mouth that I stole the money. That was very offensive and unacceptable, but I replied and rejected his attempts to make me take the words and answer no, never. If we could go to page 64, about halfway down the page of 64. He said, as I've already said repeatedly and reiterate again and again, from the day one of the problem raised, that the discrepancy shortage is a genuine paperwork mistake, remittances, computer error, or human error by staff. Moving on to another letter, it's UKGI 000143839. Thank you very much. This is a letter sent in 2009 from a Katie Noblet. I believe she was the sub-postmistress in Preston in Lancashire. She says as follows, I'll just read half of this letter. It says, I write to complain about the unprofessional, disgusting behaviour and actions of two of your employees, these being Caroline Richards, a business development manager in Lancashire, and Steve Bradshaw, a post office investigator. The post office I work for is under investigation. I'm now working all hours there. I received a phone call from Steve Bradshaw asking me to make a statement. He wanted my mobile phone number, but I don't use it for work. He asked me if I had any free time, free during working hours, which I replied, no, as I'm working. I asked if giving the statement was something I had to do. He said no, but it could get me in the clear. He phoned again the same day, wanting to know if he could meet me to take a statement. I haven't decided and wanted to seek legal advice, so I told him I needed to think about it. The following day, Mr. Bradshaw and Miss Richards came to my place of work and asked if I wanted to make a statement. Without introducing himself, I told them I didn't know because I hadn't had a chance to seek legal advice in under 24 hours when I worked 9 to 5, 6 days a week. I found Steve very confrontational. I told Steve that I wouldn't make a statement without legal representation, and he told me that I wasn't allowed one, which is a complete lie. She says, after a very confrontational 5 minutes, and after Steve didn't get what he wanted, Steve told Caroline to close the post office, which is not his authority to do. As I understand, Steve and Caroline left the store. Now, as I say, these aren't case studies. We haven't looked into these cases at all or in any depth whatsoever. But can you assist us with why it is that your name seems to crop up again and again?
I can't understand because they're not totally accurate. Certainly Mr. Saeed, he would have been informed. The forms would have been explained to him over the phone and we would have arranged to go and meet him. The business at the time asked us to ask people for a voluntary search of their home address, and that's what that was for before an interview. It was always a requirement of 3 people to do a search if possible. Now, that was due to an investigator in the past who was shot and killed while undertaking a search. So there was always, where possible, there was always 3 people.
Simply reflecting on the evidence that we've been through today, from the interviews that we've looked at, looking at these letters, do you think that you might not have been quite as professional as you think?
No, I don't think that's so. I will stand. My stance is they're taken out of context.
I'm going to move on to a few miscellaneous topics, some of which have been raised by call participants. The first is contact with Gareth Jenkins. Could we please look at FUJ 00122938, please? And it's page 7 of that document. At the bottom of page 7, we have an email from yourself to Gareth Jenkins. And you say, Gareth, can you please see the attached report, and our criminal law team ask you to consider the report and let us have your initial views as to the contents of the report and also your comments on the disclosure. If we scroll up, we have his response. He says, I'm not aware of this case, but when I spoke to Charles McLachlan, who is and he's put defence experts in speech marks for a number of cases. Last week I did mention that he was now involved in a case in Cumbria, so perhaps this is it. We then have an email on the previous page, page 6, from Penny Thomas. And it seems to be a bit of a telling off from Penny Thomas to you. If we scroll up, she says as follows. So if we could scroll up slightly. Steve, your request to Gareth Jenkins and his response to you have been copied to me. Please be aware that it is against process for investigators to approach Fujitsu employees direct for assistance with litigation issues. Please direct all your requests via Jane Owen or her team at Salford. Can you assist us? First of all, in terms of Gareth Jenkins, I think you said in your witness statement that you didn't really recall any.
That's one of the maybe once, twice maximum. There is another email from Penny Thomas who explains why I contacted Gareth Jenkins direct, and that was at the request of the criminal law team. Normally, everything would be done via Jane Owen and her team in Salford. This is an exception of why it's done, and there is an email from Penny Thomas that explains that why I done it.
Yes, and that's higher up in this chain.
Correct, yeah.
Can you assist us? What was your knowledge of Penny Thomas's role?
Penny Thomas has something to do with the prosecution part of Fujitsu. I never spoke to her a few times.
And what did you understand the problem to be with investigators contacting Mr. Jenkins directly?
I don't know what they put a process in that we were to go via the casework team for any they were the engagement. The casework team had the engagement with Fujitsu, probably to stop every investigator bombarding them with what's required.
Do you think that you had enough contact with Fujitsu?
As I said, all contact with Fujitsu was always via the casework team. Anything that was required would go via the casework team.
Thank you. If we go, please, to FUJ 00122939, please. We have there some comments that Mr. Jenkins made. He says, I've been asked to comment on the expert witness report produced by Charles McLachlan in the case of Catherine McHugh, associated with Rinkfield. Could we all bring onto screen, please, your statement, page 5, paragraph 10, so your first statement. So that's WITN 044500100. And it's page 5, paragraph 10. You say as follows in relation to Gareth Jenkins. You say, I did not know that Gareth Jenkins was considered to be an expert witness. My understanding of an expert witness is a person who has greater knowledge in their particular field than the ordinary person. I may have spoken with him when at the same court, but I do not recall having any discussions with him regarding his role. Had you received any training in relation to the role of an expert?
I can't recall any training to expert witness. I think Mr. Jenkins was considered by the business to be an expert witness. And as I say, all requests went via the casework team for anything from Fujitsu.
And you said that my understanding of an expert witness is a person who has greater knowledge. Is that still...
I would say that, yeah, somebody had more knowledge of a particular field than somebody else would be considered an expert.
Mr. Bradshaw, you're still employed by the Post Office in the security team. You have had a career that spans all of the issues that we have discussed, including the Bates litigation, including the Hamilton appeals. Do you think it's surprising that you don't have a greater understanding of the role of an expert in proceedings?
As I say, Mr. Jenkins has the business had them down as Fujitsu's expert witness. My understanding, and I'll still stick by it, is a person who knows more in that particular field than the ordinary man.
But do you not think that, given everything that's happened at the Post Office, you perhaps should familiarise yourself a little bit better with what the role of an expert witness
Maybe,
is?
but as I say, considering investigation-wise, we haven't done anything for 10 years. I haven't. The last time I will have any investigation through to prosecution is probably sometime between January or July 2014.
Do you think it is unfortunate that at that time you were not aware of what the role involved?
With hindsight, yes, of course it is. You know, there's always a learning process.
Can we please look at poll 0032361, please? This is an email from Andrew Bolts to myself in relation to Chris Bramwell's case. If we could look at the final paragraph there, he says, with regard to your statement, which is in effect being treated as an expert report about the Horizon system, the judge has directed that you are to liaise with Mr. Jenner, the author of the defence report, in the usual way between experts to identify the issues of disagreement between you. So you had written a statement in this particular case that was in effect being treated as an expert's report. Is that right?
It depends on which statement it is, because I do recall seeing a statement when I said I am not an expert, and I've clarified whatever the statement is. So whatever this statement is, I would need to say it first before seeing it, or they've taken the statement when I explained what we explained earlier about the workings, the actual hardcore machine, the screen, etc., and if it's working correctly, what happens about transaction from start to finish. Now, if they're taking that as being an expert, I'm no expert. I have a working knowledge of Horizon, but I am certainly not an expert.
Do you think it is a little odd, perhaps, that you're being described as being treated as, in effect, an expert, and haven't had any kind of discussion with anybody as to the role of an expert?
Completely, and as I said, in one of the statements where they've got me down as an expert, the beginning of the statement says I am not an expert.
In terms of your training more generally, can you assist us? Did you have any qualifications, whether it relates to giving expert evidence or if it relates to...
It's certainly not for giving expert evidence, no.
And how about carrying out investigations?
I've done the courses, and I've done advanced interviewing courses, both with the method search courses with the Thames Valley Police, advanced interviewing by the Metropolitan Police. Attended them type of courses over the period of time, and Cartwright King used to have sessions where they go through whatever's there.
We heard at the very beginning about your progression from telegraph officer, television inquiry officer, up to the security team. Do you think that you were provided with sufficient training in qualifications?
I think at the time when it sort of, for each role, the training has been, when I took the role as the security and investigation manager, it was done by Royal Mail Group trainers, and there was a course with past marks that had to go.
Do you think it was sufficient?
At the time, I had no reason not to think it wasn't sufficient for starting.
And what do you think now?
I can still covers more. I've always said there's always opportunities to learn more. So from there, if that wasn't considered sufficient, maybe it should be a 3-week or a 4-week course with extra added on.
And how many weeks do you think you have been trained on things like disclosure?
As I say, over the period of time, there's always been the odd day or 2 days seminars where you've gone through.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to...
Well, Mr. Blake, you've had a generous 15 minutes, and I think to be fair to those that are following you, unless there's something critical, and I mean critical, I think we can hand over to the CPs now.
So I'm certainly happy. There are only questions from call participants themselves, so should they have any questions that arise?
I'll be the arbiter now of what's critical or not, and that includes you and them. So I say you stop and someone starts. Mr. Henry.
Sir. Mr. Bradshaw, contrary to what you say, you and your department, the security department, were drenched in information that Horizon wasn't working from the very beginning.
Information come through, yes.
And that information came from scores and scores and ultimately hundreds and hundreds of innocent sub-postmasters who were suffering an epidemic of shortfalls.
Yes.
It came from what they told you, but even before that, it came from the thousands of calls they made to the help desk at the National Business Support Centre. And you would have been aware of those calls, wouldn't you?
Not all of them. If we've been calls made, it all depends on which inquiry. What inquiry are we talking about at the moment?
Well, I'm talking about the thousands upon thousands of calls, anguished and perplexed calls, made by sub-postmasters that they could not balance, that the system didn't balance. And your department would obviously have to have been communicating with the MBSC and also the Horizon Help Desk.
They would have been call-outs would have been requested from them to see what issues were raised.
You have to communicate with that department, because integral to your duties in the security department was the enforcement of the contractual duties of sub-postmasters, wasn't it?
The call logs would have been accepted, it would have been requested, and there's nothing on the call logs to indicate that there was any issues with Horizon. I would not be communicating with the MBSC team all the time over that. That's their role.
But you would have obtained, surely, as part of your investigations, the call logs.
That's right, and the call logs would have been interrogated to see what issue was there. And a lot of the time you would see call logs where they're showing about how would you do it, passport, DVLA, disc, etc. Anything that would relate to Horizon would be further interrogated.
You say that?
Yes.
You and your department, I suggest, on the contrary, ignored anything that didn't fit the narrative that Horizon was working.
That's your suggestion.
Time and time again, when somebody ended up under your gaze, each solitary, quite often terrified postmaster sitting across an interview desk from you or one of your team would have been told that they were the only ones with a problem. Isn't that right?
No, that's not correct at all. I don't know where that's saying the only one is right. As explained earlier, depending on the branch, as one of the examples given, is that person was the only one in that branch that had any issues. I don't know, I've never said that to anybody. I've interviewed that, you're the only one that has this issue. I have never said that, and I will stick to that.
And what I'm going to suggest as well, that you claim that you weren't getting the messaging from the top, that you were, as it were, not getting any information fed to you about unreliability with Horizon from the top. But that isn't right either, is it, Mr. Bradshaw?
That's correct, yeah. I was not aware of any bugs, errors or defects. They come down to it, but nobody sort of said anything. Second sight was put in, and the message was that once they put a subject matter expert in, everything will be back to normal. That come from the top. Top down, not bottom up.
By 2012, when you were either giving or prepared to give expert evidence, Mr. Bradshaw, the problems with Horizon were obvious, weren't they?
I've said before, and I will say it again, I am not an expert on the Horizon system.
The lawyers may have written your statement, but you signed it, Mr. Bradshaw, didn't you?
That was one statement about the Horizon issue that is approved, that come from the business.
And you would have been aware, surely, of the pressure building up from the 2009 Computer Weekly article by Rebecca Thompson.
I seen sight of it, but I didn't follow the Computer Weekly.
That MPs then became involved, inquiring about their sub-postmaster constituents and parliamentary questions, mounting pressure. You would have been aware of all of that by the time you signed that statement.
As I said, that statement come from the business.
And you would have been aware, of course, by that time, and you've already mentioned them, Second Sight. So, again, Mr. Bradshaw, I ask you to reflect very carefully on this, because I don't want to have to put to you something which I haven't put to any other witness before in this inquiry. But it is obvious that you would have received briefings from those above you. Whether they still exist or not remains to be seen. But you would have received briefings from those above you that it was going to be business as usual. Keep prosecuting. Don't admit anything.
Prosecution stopped, and once the subject matter expert, they were relying on a subject matter expert to come down. And he said once the subject matter expert had done his part, that they expected it to go back to normal. But that never materialised.
Right. Janet Skinner, who sits beside me, whom you interviewed together with your colleague Diane Matthews, she made 116 calls to the NBSC about Horizon. You heard that when Mr. Blake was questioning you today.
Yeah, and I also said to Mr. Blake, I had limited input into that. I was there on the day of the interview, but Miss Matthews would have had the pre-interview and post. She dealt with everything there. I was there on the day, so anything to do with calls and everything would have been done by Miss Matthews.
So you had absolutely nothing at all to do with the investigation?
I was there on the day. I didn't do any of the pre-work or the post-work. That will be done by Miss Matthews.
The Court of Appeal Criminal Division pronounced, when clearing Mrs. Skinner of any wrongdoing, that there had been an extraordinary failure to investigate the 116 calls she made to the NBSC in a relatively short space of time. You didn't look, did you, Mr. Bradshaw?
I personally didn't, because the inquiry was Miss Matthews. I was there on the day of the interview.
Mrs. Skinner was persuaded by her lawyer to plead guilty to false accounting in return for the theft charges being dropped, and was advised that she wouldn't go to prison if she pleaded to false accounting, but was jailed for 9 months immediate custody. Now, you've heard the catalogue of failures that Mr. Blake put to you. The woman who sits beside me, completely innocent of any wrongdoing, goes to prison for 9 months. Do you have anything to say to her?
As I said, Miss Matthews was the one who dealt with that thing. If Mr. Skinner has been dealt a wrong road, that is completely wrong. But I had very little input into the case.
Diane Matthews, your colleague, didn't think there was a case on theft. She'd have discussed that with you, wouldn't she?
Not necessarily, no.
She didn't think that Janet Skinner had stolen anything at all and was of the clear view that there was no evidence of theft. Are you saying that she would not have discussed that with you?
No, she would have reported that to the criminal law team. It was Miss Matthews' inquiry. Everything was done. I had little input into that inquiry. I was there on the day of the interview, but any pre-work or post-work would have been by the person looking after that inquiry.
So you had nothing to do, for example, with endorsing the contents of the report?
No.
Diane Matthews told the inquiry that she was shocked when Janet Skinner was charged with theft. Were you?
As I say, Miss Matthews is the one that sorted it. I just accept whatever the lawyers do. If they put that charge in.
Oh, do you accept what the lawyers do you?
On that particular case, the lawyer, Miss Matthews, looked after that case. I had very little input even afterwards. If I'd known, any charges would have only come when, in passing, if Matthews had told us.
Juliet McFarlane has been described to this inquiry as a gentle person. Would you agree?
Yes.
So, was she malleable? Were you able to persuade her to do things?
No.
Because theft was a wholly unmeritorious charge, wasn't it?
Of course, but as I can say, Miss Matthews dealt with that inquiry.
Did you press Juliet McFarlane, Mr. Bradshaw, to charge theft?
No, because I had little input in that inquiry.
So, this gentle person charges theft contrary to the view of the investigating officer who has complete responsibility, according to you, for this investigation. And that decision on theft has nothing to do with you, you say?
Nothing whatsoever.
What I'm going to suggest, Mr. Bradshaw, is that whoever responsibility it was, theft was a nasty jemmy or crowbar to leverage pleas to false accounting, wasn't it?
That's what you suggested, but again, I can only say I had nothing to do with the inquiry. That was done by the other officer who dealt with the lawyers.
But you knew, from a point of view of your long service and your reputation in the security department, that that was a legitimate ploy, wasn't it? Charge theft, a bankrupt charge of theft to squeeze a plea to false accounting. You were aware of that, weren't you?
The lawyers, 9 times out of 10, would have had 2 charges down, theft and false accounting.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Is it going to be Mr. Maloney or Mr. Jacobs?
I'm happy to go.
Fine, yeah.
I'm not sure if my microphone's on.
Well, I think everybody wants to hear you, Mr. Jacobs, so...
Maybe I can raise my voice until we start. Got it. Thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, I represent 156 sub-postmasters and mistresses, and one of whom is Shazia Sadiq, who sits to my left today. This morning, at about 11:25, Mr. Blake took you to the statement of Jacqueline MacDonald given in the mediation case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I don't want to turn it up, but essentially the accusations that Miss MacDonald made against you, she said, Stephen Bradshaw told me I was the only one in this position and that this has never happened before. And she said that after your first visit to her branch, you returned with a lady called Caroline Richards and spoke to Katie Noblet, who was running the branch on their behalf, and you made threats relating to wage deductions and jail time.
That's incorrect.
Now, I know you've denied
Yeah,
this.
it's incorrect for the simple reason. If you let me explain why it's incorrect, is that when we were going for a statement, as normal, because she worked in the branch, the people running the branch were a firm called Polton Solutions. They're responsible for paying the wages. I have no control to take any wages or deduct any money, or even, and I wouldn't threaten them with any jail.
I have a different question for you.
Okay.
And my question for you is, have you been following this inquiry? Did you watch the sub-postmasters and mistresses and assistants give evidence in the human impact hearings between February and March 2020?
I've seen some of it. I haven't followed it 100%.
Well, Mr. Bradshaw, we act for 156 sub-postmasters, and of those, 49 of them have told us that they were told by the post office, by investigators like yourself and other officials, that they were the only one. 49. And 61 of our clients have told us that they were threatened with prosecution. My question to you is that what Mrs. MacDonald says about you is pretty standard practice in relation to how the post office behaved towards sub.
That's how it sounds like, but when I've done anything, I will... Sorry, can you just go back? Part of it is I've never threatened anybody with prosecution. At the end of any interview, the people being interviewed are informed of the next course of action or next steps. And that is that whoever is the lead investigator would do a report, and that will be sent off to the criminal law team or then Cartwright King, and they make any decisions on the next progression of the case.
I can see what you're saying is
Yeah.
that the decision to prosecute wasn't necessarily made by an investigator, it was done by the lawyers. But my question to you, and I'll ask it again, was that do you accept that telling postmasters that they are the only one, and we have 49 clients who say that's what they were told, and telling sub-postmasters that they could be prosecuted or go to prison, and we have 61 clients who said that is how they were treated, that was pretty standard, that was pretty typical, wasn't it?
If people in the post office, investigators, have said that, that's completely wrong. I can categorically say I have never said that to people that you're the only one.
Well, let's look at your behaviour, shall we? If I could ask to have a document put up on screen, it's the statement of Shazia Sadiq, which is WIT N022300100, and page 13 of 16, starting at paragraph 72. Hope I haven't gone too quickly. And while we're waiting for that to come up on screen, Miss Sadiq was the sub-postmistress of 2 branches in Newcastle. She had to pay over £10,000 of shortfalls, which weren't due to be paid, but she did anyway. The post office demanded a further £20,000. She was then a victim of cyber fraud in relation to MoneyGram, and the post office wanted to recover nearly £34,000 from her after an audit. And the cyber fraud had also affected 11 other branches, but she wasn't told about that at the time. Do you recall that case?
I'm not sure about cyber fraud. I do remember a case of MoneyGram fraud, and that was when a bogus engineer, is probably the best way to describe it, was phoning branches up saying they would come to test the equipment. Could they just input certain amounts? And when they were putting there in, they were saying, that hasn't worked, try 20,000, that hasn't worked, try 30,000.
Okay.
That was the case that was dealt with by MoneyGram, because their reasons that once you do it, they will make a payment straight away.
Well, let's go to Miss Sadiq's statement. So at paragraph 72, it's on the screen. She says, after losing my post office, my children and I were abused in the street. I went to the Brighton post office, which had been my home. I was near the entry to my home when a group of men began shouting at me and threatening me and calling me a thief. They threw eggs, flour and stones at me and my children. And then at paragraph 76, just scrolling down, please, she goes on to say, on the evening of the day the eggs and flour and stone were thrown at me and my children, and I was called a thief, we fled our home with just my children's teddy bears. And then if we could go, please, to paragraph 82. She says, I have received threatening calls to my mobile phone and emails from Stephen Bradshaw and Brian Trotter. Mr. Bradshaw was a post office security officer and Mr. Trotter was a post office contracts manager. And what she says, that, and then she goes on to say, I've received particularly intimidating telephone calls from Stephen Bradshaw, who began calling me before I knew he worked for the post office. He didn't identify himself in his calls, he just made demands of me. Now, what I want to put to you is what you did. You would introduce yourself sometimes. You would say, where has the money gone? Why won't you talk to me? Why won't you meet me at the branch? I've got people who I want to defund the branch. She would find you aggressive and hang up on you, and you would call her back repeatedly, and you called her over 60 times during this period. Is that right? Do you recall that?
I wouldn't say that was completely accurate. The two orders, one took place on the 26th of October, one took place on the 27th of October. I called Mr. Siddiqui on the 4th of November and left a message. I always, on any phone call, always say who I am and leave my mobile number. I called again on the 8th because I hadn't received the call back. On the 10th of November, Mr. Siddiqui called me because I sent in an email later on with the words, our telephone conversation refers, and on that email, as I explained who it was. And it was about arranging a time or place as per what my contract was as a role to do an interview.
That's not true. You hounded her, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Well, then let's go to the next paragraph, shall we? Let's go to paragraph 84. Because this is what happened. On the 29th of November 2016 at 13:44, Stephen Bradshaw called me and I refused to speak to him because I didn't know who he was or who he worked for. In that telephone call, which was witnessed by my husband on loudspeaker, he called me a bitch, which I found extremely distressing. That's how you behave towards my client.
Completely untrue. I do not call anybody that type of name. And she did know who it was because she received an email from me on the 10th of November.
You have shown in your evidence today that you are prepared to be aggressive. You tell people in interviews to get up earlier. Other people have described you as very confrontational. This is the way you behaved, isn't it?
That's not correct, no.
Do you accept you behaved unprofessionally?
No.
Do you accept that it was part of the culture within the investigation team to intimidate
No.
and abuse sub-postmasters?
No. A phone call will be made to arrange an interview at a convenient time and date.
Well, let's move to another client, Rita Threlfall. She was the sub-postmistress of the Ford branch in Liverpool from 1998 to 2010. Can we go, please, to another document? It's POL 00107683. And while we're waiting for that, I'm just going to ask you if you recall her. You interviewed her at the Liverpool North delivery office on the 10th of March 2000.
Right, a working Royal Mail delivery office.
That's right. And you recall that?
I do.
Right, well then perhaps we don't need to go to that document just yet. If we could go to Ms. Threlfall's witness statement, and I'm going to ask you about the circumstances of the interview. If we go to WITN 02360100, page 7 of 15, please. And if we go to paragraph 46. Just waiting for it to come up now. So Ms. Threlfall is disabled and she's wheelchair dependent. And she says, in August 2010, I had to go for an interview under caution with a post office fraud investigator, Stephen Bradshaw. The interview took place at a post office sorting office in Liverpool. She goes on to say, at paragraph 48, upon arrival, they left my husband and me in a hallway. We asked for a chair and never received one. I ended up having to sit down on the stairs. This is a disabled lady who uses a wheelchair. She goes on to say, at paragraph 49, the interview room was upstairs. I told them there was no way I could make it up the stairs. In order to make it to the interview room, I was placed in a tiny parcel lift. Do you recall that happening?
I recall going in a lift, and that's untrue. It's a Royal Mail delivery office. the chances of being given a chair would be slim, because as you walk in the delivery office from outside, you have what's known as the caller's office, where members of the public collect the mail. The door facing you is where the sorting office floor is, where the other mail. So you have postmen coming backwards and forwards. During the interview letter, they would have been asked to make themselves known to Royal Mail, because that's who it was. Either Royal Mail would have brought them upstairs, Mr. Knight or myself will have come down to collect Miss Threlfall, but it wasn't a small, tiny parcel lift. It's an actual lift, designated wheelchair lift, with the thing that takes 5 people.
Mr. Bradshaw, Rita Threlfall is still shaken by this experience. She's watching today. She suffers, she says in her statement, from crippling anxiety and depression, which arises in large part from the way you treated her. She was too traumatised to give evidence before this inquiry, and Mr. Steen, King's Counsel, who sits to my right, read out these very passages of her evidence on the 23rd of February 2022. The Post Office has not challenged this account. Mr. Bradshaw, this happened. Whether you want to admit it or not, this happened.
It's not a small parcel lift. I can prove it to you now.
Would you still work for the Post Office?
I
don't
do.
You? Would the Post Office put a disabled person in a small parcel lift to attend an interview that had been arranged on a floor which they couldn't access today? Is that current practice?
Prior to the interview, I was not made aware of any special requirements, and I can only keep repeating that it is not a small parcel lift. It's wheelchair accessibility, and I can prove it to you now if you wish.
Well, I have to say, and Rita Threlfall would want me to say that you're not telling the truth, are you?
I've got a photograph here that shows the lift.
We'll move on then.
Well, you've had a generous 10 minutes.
I'm sorry.
If I may say so, Mr. Jacobs, and I know these points are of importance to your clients, but I have to be even-handed amongst everyone. So unless it's critical that you put further questions, can I ask you to come to a close?
I can. I do have a couple of questions, then some very brief questions about Joan Bailey, but I will be very quick, and I have gone on a little longer, and I apologise, sir.
Right. You've got 3 more minutes.
I should be very quick then.
So can I just interrupt just before Mr. Jacobs begins? Can I just say, and it's a matter that's been made clear throughout this inquiry, that evidence given at the human impact hearings has not been challenged because it doesn't hold the same legal weight as perhaps other evidence. There was no need for anybody to challenge.
Well, the truth, although it's cutting into your 3 minutes, Mr. Jacobs, it would have been impossible for challenges in the proper sense to be made of the human impact evidence. I think we all accept that. This is not a trial, it's an inquiry. And I have to make up my mind from hearing competing accounts without sometimes the benefit of adversarial cross-examination as to what I need to make findings about. Because obviously if I would try to make a finding about what happened in every individual case, we will be waiting for a very, very long time for my report.
And I have to say, I do have very firm instructions from my client.
No, I follow, and I understand. Anyway, let's move on now.
So if we could then move to the investigation report, which is at POL 00107-683, page 8 of 9, please. And if we could scroll down to the bottom of that, at page 8 of 9, please. This is the investigation report in relation to Miss Threlfall. And you say in that section, it's page 8, please, sorry. Page 8. I think we'll move on to Joan Bailey, if that's all right. Can I ask you to go to POL 000-57198 and page 4 of 8. This is your investigation report in relation to Joan Bailey, who was the sub-postmistress at the Howie branch. Do you recall her?
Oh, yes.
And you say in that document that can we scroll down, please? You say in the document that Ms. Bailey claimed that she had problems with the system. And if we go to page 5 of 8, you say the merits of the Horizon system were discussed, and it was explained that in a number of court cases the integrity of the Horizon system had been questioned. However, nothing had been proven in court by the expert witnesses, and that any of the discrepancies were the result of failings within the Horizon system. And you go on to say at page 7 of 8, if we could go down, you go on to say Ms. Bailey could not produce evidence to satiate her claim in relation to the Horizon system. So what you're doing is you're looking at a sub-post mistress who has alleged that the shortfalls that she had were to do with the Horizon system and problems and errors in that system. Your response to her is there have been a number of court cases where that has been rejected. So I'm not going to investigate that, and you can't prove that the system wasn't working. That was your approach, wasn't it? You required the sub-post mistress to prove that the system wasn't working.
That response is what come from the business, as has been previously explained on a number of occasions with that statement. That's the business response, what we were told to say.
So
but also to assist me to try and find what issues may be with the Horizon system, I would require somebody to say, for example, if you press the F3 key, this happens or that happens. To just blatantly say it's the system, it's very difficult to try and find the starting point to see what's gone wrong.
Okay, can we scroll down to the conclusion, please? I'm coming to an end. I'm aware, sir, of my time allocation. You give conclusions and you say, whilst a prima facie case for false accounting could be established against Mrs. Bailey, it may be prudent when all the circumstances are considered and the explanation offered by Ms. Bailey at the interview that if all the monies are paid to the post office, then consideration may be given to the issue of a caution in this instant. So what you're saying is, effectively, you took into account all the circumstances, the fact that she'd alleged there were problems with the Horizon system, but she couldn't prove it, and you didn't investigate whether there was a problem with Horizon, and you went to offer, and she was offered a caution simply because you thought she'd made an offer to pay the money back.
No, that was off there. That was put in as an opinion to the lawyers, because there is a prima facie case of false accounting because he covered up a loss. That can't be denied, can it?
Well,
so from
All right, I've got the point from the document. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Bradshaw, I act for 73 sub-postmasters, all of whom are prosecuted and convicted, and all of whom have had their convictions overturned. I want to ask you about 3 people, Kaya Mishak, Della Robinson, who sits next to me, and Mrs. Jacqueline MacDonald, all 3 people in whose investigation you were involved. Kaya Mishak, first of all. This morning, Mr. Blake asked you about the issue of whether sub-postmasters who came after Mr. Ishak, after he was suspended, experienced problems with the Horizon system. Do you remember?
I do.
The post office position was that they had not.
That's correct.
And Mr. Blake took you to a number of documents, and I'm not going to bring up those documents, but I'll remind you of the substance of the questions. Essentially, ultimately, a notice of additional evidence was served on the 15th of February 2013, and that was referred to in a letter from Mr. Smith to the defence saying, we enclose in duplicate copies of a notice of additional evidence the statements of Stephen Bradshaw of the 11th of February 2013 and Abdullah Patel of the 13th of February 2013. Mr. Patel was a sub-postmaster who came after Mr. Ishak.
He came to run the branch, yes.
Yes. And you said that statements had been taken from both sub-postmasters, and the other statement could have been earlier from a man called Learcott. Do you remember?
So, yeah. I do recall that name, and there was a statement from him.
Oh, yes. Now, the opening note for the case only referred to Mr. Patel as well. Mr. Blake showed you that, didn't it? Now, I'm going to try and assist your memory as to who took over after Mr. Ishak, Mr. Bradshaw. There was a Learcott who featured in the case, and he did make a statement, as you say. But that Learcott, do you remember, was Mr. Ishak's assistant in Birkenshaw Post Office?
That was correct, yes.
Absolutely. He wasn't a subsequent sub-postmaster.
No,
Sorry?
the postmaster was Mr. Patel.
Yes.
He was taken on as what was known as the interim postmaster. He was there, and I think he put Mr. Learcott as the officer in charge.
Right, but there were two sub-postmasters, you see, Mr. Bradshaw, weren't there? And I don't want to take time on this, but in an email that Mr. Blake showed you from Mr. Smith to you and counsel Mr. King, it said Steve is in the process of taking statements from the two subsequent sub-postmasters who've not experienced any problems with their Horizon system. You thought that Learcott was a subsequent postmaster. To save time, I'm just going to remind you now, if I may, and try and assist your memory, Mr. Bradshaw, as to subsequent sub-postmasters. The first, there was actually somebody there for a very short time called Mary, whose surname I don't have, I'm afraid, then Mr. Patel. And then the second sub-postmaster was a Mr. Mohammed Sawar. Did you speak to him, Mr. Bradshaw?
Shortly after that, what dates are we on? Because around in 2014...
Between Mr. Bradshaw's suspension and the trial... Sorry, between Mr. Ishak's suspension and the trial, Mr. Bradshaw, because that's what we're concerned with. Did you speak to a Mohammed Sawar between Mr. Ishak's suspension and the trial?
I don't recall speaking to Mr. Sawar. My only recollection is that Mr. Patel was the interim postmaster after when Mr. Ishak stopped being the postmaster. Mr. Patel took over, and what I was saying, Mr. Patel was still in charge, as far as I'm aware, when I went off long-term sick.
Okay, I'd suggest to you that all of the emails suggest that there were two interim sub-postmasters, and it would perhaps be a matter of evidence. But Mr. Patel first, and then Mr. Sawar. But you did not speak to Mr. Sawar then,
I don't recall speaking to Mr. Sawar.
Thank you very much. Secondly, Miss Della Robinson. You interviewed Della Robinson. She sits next to me here. You were with Mr. Andrew Wise, and you took the lead. Do you remember it?
I remember Mrs. Robinson. I'm sure that that inquiry, I did interview Mrs. Robinson. I'm sure the person I interviewed Mrs. Robinson with was a Michael Stanway, and a search was conducted by Mr. Wise and Mr. Ryan with Mr. Robinson. They went back to Mrs. Robinson's home address.
And Mr. Ryan sits next to Miss Robinson now. Do you remember him?
From
these events. That's Mr. Ryan.
No.
That's her partner, Mr. Ryan.
No, sorry, the Ryan have got mixed up. It's Kevin Ryan, the security manager. Anyway, he went back with Mr. Wise to conduct the search at the home address.
In any event, it was at a Royal Mail office in Salford that you interviewed Mrs. Robinson.
No, it was a post office. It was Salford.
In Salford.
Keys, I think it was called, yeah.
Okay, post office. And when you interviewed her, in Hamilton and others, the Court of Appeal said the following about the interview. In her interview under caution, Mrs. Robinson said that the losses had started about 2 years before. She stated that she and her partner initially made good the losses from their own funds, but as the losses accumulated, this became unsustainable. From around August or September 2010, she instead declared the amounts on the mutilated, i.e. unusable, cash line of the accounts. In her defence statement, she said that any errors or deficiencies were as a result of her difficulties in using Horizon. Now, I just want to ask you one thing about events after the interview, please, Mr. Bradshaw. After the interview, you spoke to Miss Robinson and her partner, Michael, within that building. In a canteen, it may assist you when whether there's nobody else around, but you were sympathetic to Miss Robinson, and you said to her and Michael, her partner, off the record, we know you haven't taken the money, but worst case scenario is that you'll be prosecuted.
No, I wouldn't say anything like that, because it's not my decision.
Right. And then finally, Mrs. Jacqueline MacDonald, and I'd like to take you to your self-appraisal form, one document only to take you to, Mr. Bradshaw, and that is POL 001 65946. It's a document that Mr. Blake took you to this morning. Thank you. Now, Mr. Blake took you to page 5 and asked you about the interests of the business. I want to ask you about page 9, please. And it's where we see, I support, develop and challenge. If we could, thank you very much. I support, develop and challenge. And at number 2, it reads as follows. On the 5th of July 2010, at the court case for, and the reference is given, I challenged their reasoning for accepting only a guilty plea for false accounting and not one for theft. So this refers back to the same case that Mr. Blake was asking you about this morning. I explained the reasons for continuing with a trial for theft. The integrity of the Horizon system was in question, and that problems would occur for future cases. The defendant denied theft, and the money was missing due to the Horizon system. And then this, and if this was accepted, then this argument would give credence to the current campaign by former sub-postmasters. Now, you were very explicit there, Mr. Bradshaw, about your motives in seeking to ensure that no credence was given to the postmasters campaign, weren't you?
No, that, as I said, and then explained earlier, that's a
flamboyant way of explaining what had gone on the day.
Of course, yes.
Sorry. It was a flamboyant way of explaining what had gone on the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can't be, can it? Because that is a motivation. It's not a fact. In fact, it's clear from the document that ensuring that no credence was given to the former sub-postmasters campaign was something you were proud of, wasn't it, Mr.
No,
Bradshaw?
it wasn't. As I said, it's a flowering way of putting your one-to-one type notes. Everybody gets PDRs in these days, and I've done for a number of years.
And Jacqueline MacDonald, a mother of no previous convictions, was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment, aged 47, after having no option but to plead guilty to theft after her offer to plead guilty to false accounting was refused on, essentially, the decision of you, Mr. Bradshaw. You know that, don't you?
Mrs. MacDonald pleaded guilty to false accounting. And then at a later court, they pleaded guilty to theft.
Yeah. Yeah. She wanted to plead guilty to false accounting. You persuaded them not to accept that plea.
She pleaded guilty to theft.
Yeah.
Sorry, she pleaded guilty to false accounting first.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Maloney. There's a loose end which I've been mulling over the photograph that Mr. Bradshaw wanted to reduce into evidence. We don't have a situation, Mr. Bradshaw, where I just accept evidence just like that, so to speak. So if you wish to produce that in evidence, the correct procedure would be for you, assisted perhaps by your lawyer, to make a statement explaining precisely when the photograph was taken and matters of that kind. That can be sent to the inquiry, and I will determine whether or not it's accepted in evidence. It won't be accepted in evidence without me giving the opportunity for Mrs. Threlfall herself to consider it, since she has an interest in it. It can then be shown to her, and I will determine thereafter what status, if any, it has. So the ball is in your court, so to speak, as to whether you wish to have this introduced in evidence. So thank you for coming to give evidence, and that concludes a very busy day, I believe, Mr. Blake.
Thank you very much.
And tomorrow we revert to the thorny issue of disclosure, is that correct?
That's correct. We'll be hearing from Mr. Jackson from Burgess Salmon tomorrow.
Fine. All right, thank you all very much.